I want to go deeper into the mitochondria because, again, these are our energy power plants within our body creating energy. What else can we do to support them?
So, one of the other, I think, revelations of the book that surprises most people is our mitochondria are actually engulfed bacteria that 2 billion years ago got eaten by other single-celled organisms. And in the exchange for finding a nice, comfy, warm place to live inside a cell, and in exchange for giving food to eat by that cell, the mitochondria produced energy, ATP. And that actually formed what's called a eukaryotic cell, and there won't be a test after this podcast, I promise. So that ATP, we produce 140 pounds of ATP every day, just at rest. And, people look around and go, wait a minute, I don't eat 140 pounds of food. How in the world? And I don't weigh 140 pounds. What do you mean? Where is it? And the answer is we spend it. This is our energy currency, and we are spending it. So mitochondria have the job of taking the sugars we eat, the proteins we eat, which turn into amino acids, and the fats we eat, which turn into fatty acids, and combining them with oxygen and producing ATP, adenosine triphosphate, our energy currency. And they do this in what's called the electron transport chain. And we won't get deep into the weeds, but the mitochondria are really good at taking one thing at a time, whether it's glucose, whether it's amino acids, or whether it's free fatty acids, and kind of running it down a gauntlet and producing ATP. But they're not really good at taking sugars and proteins and fats simultaneously and trying to do the same thing. And what happens to most of us is that the way we eat with our processed foods, with our energy drinks, with our energy foods, simultaneously to most of our mitochondria, we've got sugars, proteins, and fats trying to get in and get processed by mitochondria all at once. And I liken it to rush hour traffic and freeways. And you have all these cars, all these buses, all these trucks converging into freeways. And as anyone in rush hour, and I'm in the LA area, knows, everything grinds to a halt. And tempers flare, and we have ways of trying to stop all this from happening. We have stoplights on entrance ramps. We have high-speed lanes, but things grind to a halt. And what's happened to us is that our mitochondria no longer can produce energy smoothly because it's literally rush hour traffic, kind of from the minute we start eating early in the morning to the minute we stop eating late at night. And no wonder our energy production has ground to a halt, because we literally are at a standstill because of everything we're throwing at our mitochondria to process.
So what I'm gathering here, there's two different problems. We're constantly overwhelming the mitochondria by, snacking and then eating, one meal after the next. And then two, we're combining fat, sugar, and protein at the same time.
Yep.
So I can see how the first there, how we could, spread out our meals, and we're going to get into time restricted eating and how we can give, our mitochondria a break. But, you talk about this in the book, how you recommend starting the first meal of the day with one of these macronutrients. Right. And I can get behind that. That makes sense. And you shared a recipe in the book that I'm excited to try with the avocado and the egg yolk, and I think you drizzle some olive oil over it. It sounded delicious, so I'm excited to try that one.
It's really good.
Can't wait to try it. But so I can get with that, how the first meal you could do that. But what about your dinner? Say you have a healthy grass-fed, grass-finished, moderate-sized piece of steak, some sweet potato. Maybe you put some olive oil over the sweet potato. There, you're gonna have protein, fat, and sugar. So,
but
Explain that.
You're eating it whole. And that's what our great-grandparents did. And unfortunately, we didn't listen to them. Way back when, 50 years ago, 70 years ago, we ate whole foods. We ate our steak whole. We ate our sweet potato whole. We ate our asparagus whole. And these foods are broken down in different time periods. In general, our starches are the first to be broken down into sugar molecules, and those are absorbed, and they reach the mitochondria first. That steak takes actually a really long time to get broken down. And we lose, believe it or not, about 30% of the calories in a steak to heat production. It's very energy intensive. So and it has to be broken down into amino acids to be absorbed. So the protein arrives next, long after, quite frankly, the sugar is gone. Now, fats, like in olive oil, we talked about earlier, they take a really circuitous route to get to your mitochondria. They're absorbed normally on chylomicrons, and rather than going into your bloodstream, they're absorbed into your lymph system and float around your lymph channels and actually enter your bloodstream near the top of your heart. So they take a long time to get to where they're going, and they have to be broken down further before the mitochondria can even use them. So your great-grandparents, they had it figured out. They ate foods whole. So the mitochondria go, great. Got the sugar coming, got that done. Oh, here comes the protein. Okay, next. There's the fat. Next. Now what's happened is food companies have figured out, wow, if we break these whole foods down into individual sugar molecules, individual single starches, individual amino acids. Let's grind these proteins up into protein isolates. And let's break these fat molecules down so they can be instantly absorbed. Now, all of a sudden, it's wham. They're all arriving simultaneously to the mitochondria, which has never happened in millions and millions of years because we didn't have the technology to do this. In fact, one fun fact, Kellogg's Corn Flakes was introduced as the first pre-digested meal. Now that sounds really great. Oh, good. My digestion has been done for me. But think about what that means. We've, in a way, taken out the middleman. We've taken out the digestive process. And now this sugar mainlines, to whack into our mitochondria. So thank you, Kellogg's, for, starting what's been the end of our energy by pre-digesting food.
So now I get that. So we need to stick with whole foods. They're going to digest at different rates and your mitochondria won't be overwhelmed. Let's stick on the mitochondria a bit here and talk about, so there's things like eating whole foods, or again, we're going to get into time restricted eating here in a bit. So there's things that we can do, but is there ways that we can amp up our mitochondria so they can work better? And two, is there ways that we can help our body produce more mitochondria so that they can, produce more energy when we provide the food and the oxygen?
Yeah, that's what's a lot of the exciting research in time-restricted eating, intermittent fasting has to do with everything that you just mentioned. So that's actually a really good segue. First of all, I've been writing about intermittent fasting, time-restricted eating longer, I think, than anyone. And I'm welcome to be corrected. So far, no one's come forward to correct me. But in my first book, Dr. Gundry's Diet Evolution, which I wrote in 2006, I actually had an entire chapter about time-restricted eating. And my editor, bless her heart, said, this is crazy. This is nutty. And this book is nutty enough. I'm not going to let you do this. We're throwing this chapter out. And I said, no. I said, look, I've been doing this now for 6 years. Here's the literature. Here's how it works. You got to let me have it. She says, okay, I'm going to let you have 2 pages to make your case. But, that's all you get. So if you actually get the book, you don't have to. There's 2 pages on time-restricted eating. I saw her at Mind Body Green last year before COVID, and she came up to me, Heather Jackson, and she said, first of all, I have to apologize. You were right. You were so far ahead of your time. I should have listened. You've been right about all of this. She said, how did you know way back then? I mean, this is long before the 5-2 diet, long before Jason Fung. How did you know? I said, because, I've been doing this for 6 years, and I follow, research and look at my patients and look at me. Anyhow, so why is this so important? Couple reasons. Normally, and we talk about this extensively in the book, your mitochondria need downtime. They need to have time where they don't have to do a lot of work. They need to repair themselves. We've talked about the damage that's done constantly. These poor guys trying to make energy. So they need repair time. And what's exciting is that repair process begins to start about 12 hours after you stop eating. It literally takes that long for all the mischief to kind of get cleaned out of your mitochondria. Now, if you think about it, 12 hours would be a fairly routine, way back in the good old days, eating schedule. You might eat breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, and you might finish dinner at 8 o'clock at night. You would have a 12-hour window, most of the time you're sleeping, to let your mitochondria repair themselves. But work by Dr. Sachin Panda at the Salk Institute in San Diego shows that the vast majority of Americans now eat fairly continuously for 16 hours a day, from the second they get up to the minute they go to bed. So that gives us now an 8-hour for the average American, which doesn't even begin to start to undo the damage, much less repair. And there's a beautiful, getting to the next point, Italian athlete study that I think everybody should read and understand. So mitochondria will repair themselves, will go through downtime if you give them bare minimum of 12 hours. If you stretch that out even farther, 2 things happen. Number one, the mitochondria have even more time to do repair work. But the really exciting thing is, the longer you stretch this period of time out to, say, about 16 to 18 hours every day, you actually tell the mitochondria to make more of themselves to actually share the workload. And it's called mitogenesis. And it actually has to do with the time that we actually switch over to burning free fatty acids as a fuel. And we go extensively into why most of us can't burn free fatty acids as a fuel. So Italian athletes, they take 2 groups of Italian athletes. They give them the exact same meals. The one group has to eat a 12-hour window. They eat breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning. They eat lunch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They finish dinner at 8 o'clock at night. The other group, same meals. They eat breakfast at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They eat lunch at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They have to finish dinner by 8 o'clock at night. So they're a 7-hour window. Same food, same exercise program. What happens? The folks who eat a 12-hour window, they don't lose any weight. Their muscles are great. Athletic performance is wonderful. The athletes eating a 7-hour window lose weight, even though they're eating the exact same amount of food. And their marker, which I talk a lot about, insulin-like growth factor 1, IGF-1, which is one of the best markers for telling you basically how long you're going to live and how long you're going to live well, goes down, and the other guys don't. So they get this, and their exercise performance is great. So, wow, I get to eat the same amount as these guys who are eating over a 12-hour window. My health markers improve, and I lose weight. Why wouldn't I do that? And it's because these mitochondria have made more of themselves, and they've actually, in a bizarre sort of way, they're taking it easy, but they're making as much energy as before because they've recruited more guys to help them out. It's a win-win.
Interesting. And other than, fasting, is there other ways, different things we can do as part of a healthy lifestyle to increase mitochondrial numbers?
Yeah, so getting back to postbiotics, some of the exciting research in short-chain fatty acids like butyrate, and I'm just this huge butyrate fan. Butyrate in and of itself stimulates mitochondrial biogenesis, and butyrate in itself actually tells mitochondria to repair themselves, to protect themselves. So the more butyrate that you can get, produced, and the more short chain fatty acids that you can eat by eating, for instance, fermented foods. Fun fact, vinegar has acetate, which is one of the short chain fatty acids. And who knew that having your apple cider vinegar, you're actually having some short chain fatty acids, and that's how they help your mitochondria. Who knew?
Got it. So you can get them through the diet, or you can also, hopefully, you can do both, but you can maintain your healthy gut microbiome and then they can make them for you.
Yep, exactly.
So let's come back to fasting and talk about how you incorporate this into your life, because I know, everybody's different. This isn't follow what Dr. Gundry does and you're going to have the ultimate health or whatnot, but you do have a really tight eating window. I think it's Monday to Friday. You eat it's in the evening and you give
Yeah,
yourself
5
2
to 7
hours,
o'clock. Yeah,
5 to 7. And then on weekends, you allow some more
I take a break.
relaxation on that routine. So talk about why you've chosen that and what somebody new to this might want to do to start incorporating it.
Okay, so this is actually what I described back in 2006. And during the winter months from January through June, and this is my 21st year of doing this, I eat all my calories in a 2-hour window between 5 and 7. Now, why do I choose that 2-hour window? Because both my wife and I work, and that's when we're home and see each other. If I had it to do differently, I'd probably choose an earlier in the day 2-hour window, but that's how I do it. So I compress my eating window to 2 hours. So number one, and I eat a full day's worth of calories. I tend to lose about 10 pounds every winter. I don't do that every day because you've got to give signaling that, believe it or not, 24-hour ketosis is not a good idea. And there's lots of reasons for that. We could spend a whole podcast about that, but it's a horrible idea. So you don't want to do this every day. I break it up on the weekends. I go back to really 2 meals a day, and so that I change up. Do you have to do that? It's called eat one meal a day, EOMAD. Some people call it OMAD. If you keep trying to do this, as I joke in the book, you will go mad because it's really hard to do. But most people who attempt to extend their non-eating window, their fasting period, most of us fall flat on our faces because, as I talk in the book, 80% of us are insulin resistant and metabolically inflexible. Now, I talk a lot about this in the book. Ordinarily, your mitochondria should be able to switch on a dime from using glucose as a fuel to using free fatty acids as a fuel. They have to do they do it different ways, but normally it's like a hybrid car. If, the gasoline runs out, you're on battery, and vice versa. If the battery runs out, you're on gasoline. And mitochondria should be able to do this. Most of us, number one, we do not have that flexibility. We can't switch. Number two, 80% of us are insulin resistant, pre-diabetic, metabolically inflexible, whatever words we want to use. And sadly, when your insulin level is elevated, you may have plenty of fat that you'd like to go get to burn as a fuel, and your high insulin level will prevent you from getting to that fat. And it has a couple of enzyme systems that's really kind of cool, but it's water everywhere and not a drop to drink. So when I have someone say, oh, I'm going to start fasting, and they go, or I'm going to do intermittent fasting and I won't eat until noon. And I used to eat at 7. Okay, tomorrow I'm not going to eat until noon. What happens is you can't get to those free fatty acids to start burning them in your mitochondria, and you fall flat on your face. You have no energy. Of course you have no energy. You can't produce any. You're headachy, you're hangry. And most people say, intermittent fasting, that's not for me. I can't do that. What I do in the book is I go, no. You're right. You can't do that. And here's why you can't do that. So here's what you can do. If you eat breakfast at 7, tomorrow, let's have breakfast at 8. You can make it 1 hour. And then the next day, okay, we made it to 8. Let's try for 9. And we do this 1 hour at a time through a week, and then we take the weekend off. And then the next week, we start 1 hour later. So if we started breakfast at 8 the first week, we're starting it at 9. So we go through a 6-week period, and slowly but surely, we get you metabolically flexible so that by the end of 6 weeks, starting at noon is like, yeah, got that. I'm not hungry anymore. I feel great. I got so much energy. And that's what we want to have people do. We want to get people's energy back. And paradoxically, the shorter I can make the window of eating, when you break fast, and when you finish, the more energy your mitochondria will make. And it's a paradox, but again, there's really good mouse evidence and there's great human evidence that this works. And so, but it's getting to that point, and you just can't jump into the deep end. That's why all of these fail.
So after 6 weeks, when you're metabolically flexible, you can now switch between sources of fuel for your mitochondria. At that point, is that when you'd recommend people wait to start exercising when they're fasting?
So, interestingly enough, when you're fasting, your exercise performance shockingly goes up rather than down. And it's one of the biggest mistakes people make. And I use the example that back when I was growing up, my mother would not allow my sister and I to go swimming for an hour after we ate breakfast or lunch because we would get cramps and die. And there were even actually TV commercials about this. Now, there was a bit of truth in that old wives' tale, and that's because, as I mentioned before, digestion takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of blood flow down into our intestines. And so that blood flow is diverted to your intestines, and it's not available for your muscles. And so that smoothie that you had before you exercise is actually defeating the purpose, number one. And number two, it's been shown that exercising on an empty stomach, exercising fasting, and then having your meal 10 to 20 minutes after you finish exercising actually delivers more goods to your muscles and is a far better way to produce energy. One of the things that's interesting about fasting is you would think that a starving animal would have less energy. But we're designed that if we don't have a lot of food, our power, our running ability should actually increase. Because if we don't catch that animal, that's the end of things. And there's some really cool, endurance athlete performance, sprinters that show that their performance on a fasted state actually improves. Again, it's one of those paradoxes that when you finally start thinking about it, you go, oh, there might be an evolutionary advantage for me to have better performance when I don't have any food.
It makes sense when you think about it that way.
Yeah.
And Dr. Gundry, I know we're cutting it on time here. We only have a few more minutes, but I'm showing the cover of your book here because there's one thing I think we need to talk about before I let you go, and that's coffee. You picked a cup of coffee on the front. We did talk about coffee, but I want to get back into coffee. We haven't talked about it in the respect that this is what a lot of people use day in, day out when they're suffering from low energy. So talk about, how this, obviously you're a fan of coffee and it's something
I
you
am.
consume, but how do we know, I guess, when it's becoming a crutch and when does coffee turn into a bad thing?
Well, interestingly enough, coffee actually doesn't make us awake. It actually temporarily stops sensations of being sleepy, but we reach a point where coffee has the opposite effect, and it actually causes sleepiness and drowsiness. And for instance, when I was a really busy heart surgeon, I was one of those people who, we viewed this as black stuff that kept us awake. But I could have, a double espresso at, 8 o'clock at night after dinner, and it would put me to sleep. And I'd show off saying, oh, I can handle coffee. Well, I had reached, the threshold of course, it would put me to sleep because it had now had a sedative effect. But the problem is we think that our normal lifestyles, we have to power through with double espressos, with energy drinks, with energy bars. And the point of the book is that these are warning signs that you're not supposed to have to do this to have energy. In fact, these are signs that, oh, hey, there's a light bulb that should go off saying, there's something wrong that I have to have these. And it's like, in conclusion, it's like I say, fatigue is not your fate. This is not what you're supposed to be doing. And, here's the steps to get back your energy.
You touched on the carnivore piece, and I want to come back to that. And a big part of your message that the masses knows you for is the lectin piece and avoiding lectins. And to tie that into carnivore, the carnivore diet is, I can't really think of another way to eliminate anything else unless you become breatharian or whatever they call that. So if we know there's these plant toxins, lectins, oxalates, phytic acid, we could go on. And we know that people are healing from this carnivore diet. And a lot of people consider red meat the most healthy, nutrient-dense food on the planet. Why not eliminate all those plant toxins, get the nutrients we need? And we're learning that even polyphenols can be taken in through the meat. Talk about the carnivore diet and how you feel about it.
Well, and I've released YouTube videos about this, and some people, I think Paul Saladino, accused me of being the father of the carnivore diet because, of lectin-containing foods. Plants contain, a defense system against being eaten, and they have a right not to be eaten. But I'll use the carnivore diet for a very short-term period of time when I have somebody who's got really damaged intestinal wall, leaky gut, and they're very intolerant to even really well-cooked plant compounds. If I have somebody with leaky gut or IBS, one of the things I try to take away from them initially is raw plant material, even raw salads. I'll have them, cook their romaine lettuce and make it into a soup, or pressure cook it, and that works for most people. But I have some people who are just so sensitive to these compounds that, to me, it's worth trying to break that cycle and use my version of a carnivore diet for a month, 2 months, 3 months. But then start reintroducing these things once we measure that the intestinal wall is beginning to heal. And we can measure these things, and for the most part, it happens. But long term, how most people practice a carnivore diet, to me, is probably one of the best ways for short-term and long-term bad health that I could possibly come up with. And in the new book, I get even bolder on why at least the modern carnivore diet, as people tout it, is really a bad idea. If for no other reason, if carnivore diet was such a good idea, there should be a long-lived society that follows a carnivore diet, and there aren't any. There just aren't any. In fact, quite frankly, the opposite is true. So it's, and we were designed to have a fantastic system that was capable of detoxifying plant compounds that wished us harm. There are bacteria that love to eat gluten, love it. Most of them are not around in most of our guts. There are bacteria that think oxalates are the greatest thing since sliced bread. Bad analogy. But a lot of people who actually are, quote, sensitive to oxalates, you actually look at their gut microbiome, and those oxalate-eating bacteria are absent. And it may be that's why they're so sensitive. And the more and more we're breaking down how the gut microbiome influences us, the more we're realizing the subtle differences. I'll give you an example I just sent to my editor last night. There's a lot of controversy in soy in terms of cancer and breast cancer. And soy has polyphenols that are isoflavones that are estrogen mimetic compounds, and they can bind to estrogen receptors. And if you think that's a horrible idea, then you would want to eliminate soy from your diet. If you think that's a great idea because it would block the estrogen receptors from seeing estrogen in an estrogen-positive breast cancer, then you'd want people to eat soy. And so, depending on who you're arguing with, the soy lovers will say, well, look at the Japanese. The Japanese eat a lot of soy. They eat a lot of tofu. And they have very low incidence of breast cancer. So there. Well, wait a minute. It turns out that the Japanese have soy-eating bacteria that convert these isoflavones in soy into a compound called equal, which probably is pretty useful in blocking estrogen receptors. But most people don't have those bacteria. And so now you begin to see, oh, soy was beneficial to the Japanese because they had bacteria that can convert those polyphenols into a useful compound. But most of us don't have that. And so we're having a real fun time figuring out, the nuances of the gut microbiome and why that probably has a big effect in what we've observed, thanks to the Human Microbiome Project.
And when it comes to lectins specifically, have there ever been found a group of people that can handle those, given their gut bacteria?
Oh, yeah. And don't forget, the amazing thing is, almost all societies used fermentation to detoxify the lectins in their food. Now, fermentation, the bacteria or the yeast eat lectins, and so they're very good at it. Even, the Incas always fermented their quinoa before they ate it. Most cultures took the hull off of their grain before they ate it. If they didn't take the hull off, they actually used fermentation in their breads to raise their bread. Sourdough fermentation. We don't do that anymore. For the most part, none of our breads are raised with yeast anymore with fermentation. And so we've forgotten all of these traditional methods of detoxifying lectins that cultures have done since recorded or even unrecorded history.
So coming back to the carnivore diet, we know you're not a fan in general. It sounds like for short bursts for the right people, it can be a good fit. Are there any small tweaks to what that diet is in a classic sense that you could see people making that would allow that to become a healthy diet longer term?
The problem is that we don't have a good system for making beneficial animal protein. You choose the animal protein, there's a problem with it in many, many ways. Sadly, almost all of our fish have microplastics in them. And microplastics are one of the best ways to disrupt the human microbiome that anyone has ever discovered. And most of our microplastics are coming from the fish we eat, wild fish. Darn it. Chickens that are fed organically have, normally chickens who are pastured, literally are out eating bugs, have an omega-6 to omega-3 ratio of somewhere around 3 to 5 parts omega-6 to 1 part omega-3, traditional. Chickens that are fed organic corn and soybeans have an omega-6 to omega-3 ratio of 25 to 1. So these guys, so it's all linoleic acid. So these guys, healthy organic chickens, are an inflammatory bomb, even though they look like a healthy, organic chicken. Now, don't get me started on grass-fed, grass-finished beef, because in the new book, I come not to praise Caesar, but to bury him.
When I'm seeing the title of this book, all your other books had paradox. Well, not all of them, if we go way back, but your latest books all had paradox in the title. Were you contemplating a title with paradox, or you just decided that's over and done with?
Well, actually, the original, working title was The Keto Paradox, but and it actually is a paradox as you get into the book. But there was a whole lot more than just the paradox in there. In fact, interestingly enough, I was pushing for a title that was The Secret to Good Health comes down to just one thing. And it's not what you think. So, and I got voted down, so it's okay. So this is unlocking the keto code, because once you understand what ketos are actually doing, it actually opens up a whole new world to drop down the rabbit hole.
Well, we're going to get into all that, but what I want to start is you left us hanging there. You talked about this one thing, which almost became the title of the book. What is this one thing?
This one thing is mitochondrial uncoupling. And most people, actually including me, had actually never heard that term. Most of us think of uncoupling, maybe thanks to my friend Gwyneth Paltrow, who uncoupled her marriage. But it's actually a term that's been used to describe what mitochondria can do. Actually, since 1978 it was first described. So when I was writing my last book, The Energy Paradox, I like to spend some time defending a statement that I make with research. And so I've always said in all my books that a ketogenic diet increases energy efficiency. It makes your mitochondria more efficient. And that's how you become an efficient fat burner. And as I sat around trying to document what everybody knew, including me, that ketones make you an efficient fat burner, lo and behold, the literature, even in humans, suggests exactly the opposite, that ketones make you a horribly inefficient energy producer and fat burner. And I went, what? How can that be? And so that actually prompted me to write this book. I didn't plan on writing this book, but I said, holy cow, I got to let people know. And then I went down the rabbit hole and haven't come out yet.
Well, let's go deeper into that. You talked about ketones making you an inefficient fat burner. That's a pretty bold statement considering what, people in the health and wellness space, especially the keto space, are touting these days. So talk more about that.
Well, so let's go back a little bit. The ketones were first described in the late 1800s, a German discovery. And nobody really knew what they were. It was thought that they were a toxic byproduct of type 1 diabetes. And that was kind of what they were chalked up to be. Fast forward to the 1920s, when children with epilepsy, there was no drug treatment for epilepsy in those days, were noted that if they had tons of epileptic seizures, that they were kind of comatose half the time and they weren't eating. And interestingly enough, when these children were starving, their seizures abated. And some researchers, particularly at Harvard and subsequently in Minneapolis, said, wait a minute, ketones are generated during starvation, and maybe it's the ketones that are stopping the seizures. We don't know why they stop the seizures, but it sure looks like that would do it. And so in Minneapolis, the term ketogenic diet was coined in 1930 to describe a diet for childhood epilepsy consisting of 80% fat, 10% carbohydrates, and 10% protein. And lo and behold, when children were put on this diet, at least 50% of them had resolution of their seizures, or else really dramatic, better control of their seizures. So it really became the standard of care for kids with seizures. And it really worked with some unfortunate side effects. Kids didn't grow very well. They were stunted. And quite frankly, as any of us who are parents or grandparents know, it's really hard to get a kid to avoid carbohydrates. And so this was a very unpalatable diet. And when phenobarbital and Dilantin and other anti-seizure drugs came along, this diet pretty much fell by the wayside. Interestingly, it had a resurgence in the 1980s when it was found that a MCT oil-based diet, and we'll get into that in a while, I suspect, you could get the same seizure control with an MCT oil-based diet with much less fat and a whole lot more carbohydrates and protein. And in fact, that was the impetus for me when I was using the ketogenic diet in my program to base it on MCT oil. And then just recently, we had a young kid in high school in special ed because of his severe seizure disorders, which when they drug him, the guy couldn't even, think. And so his mother brought him to me, 17-year-old guy. And just recently, we put him on my ketogenic diet. And boy, the kid woke up, came off his drugs. He's now playing soccer, which he never did before, intramural soccer. And it's just like, holy cow, it's a miracle. His seizures are gone on this program. So ketones were investigated for, okay, why did they do this? And primarily researchers at Harvard and the NIH, George Cahill and Dr. Veach at the NIH, looked into, well, why do ketones exist, and what are they doing, and how do they affect the brain? What they found, along with Dr. Owens, who was George Cahill's student, they found that during starvation, normally, most of us can generate free fatty acids out of our fat cells, and we can actually, all of our cells in our body, except our brain, can use free fatty acids as a great fuel to make ATP. Unfortunately, free fatty acids are big fat-soluble molecules that can't cross the blood-brain barrier. And they can, but it's incredibly slow. So now we know that free fatty acids go to the liver, and the liver makes ketones, ketone bodies. The liver can't use ketones, and so they're released into the circulation. And these are small, water-soluble fats, and they can get through the blood-brain barrier. And lo and behold, neurons can use these water-soluble fats, ketones, as a substitute fuel for glucose to kind of keep the brain alive. Now, Dr. Veach kind of went crazy, and he says, oh my gosh, look at this. This fuel keeps the brain alive, so it's the greatest fuel of all time. And we should always be in ketosis, and it's our natural state. We should always be starving. And he actually got so popular, he made the cover of Time magazine a number of years ago. But unfortunately, he was wrong. And this was proved by Dr. Owens in as late as 2004. And he took human beings, put them on a ketogenic diet. Loads of ketones were generated. And at full ketosis, only 30% of the calorie needs of the human body could be met by ketones. 70% had to be met by free fatty acids and or glucose. Even the brain, which you got to have ketones when you're starving, even at full ketosis, only 60 to 70% of the brain's metabolic needs are met by ketones, and the brain still needs 30 to 40% glucose, even at full ketosis. Now, that just threw Veach under the bus, and this is published literature out of Harvard, out of the fathers of ketone research, and yet nobody seems to know that. And people need to know. And so then you look at this and go, well, wait a minute. This isn't a super fuel. This isn't the greatest performance benefit of all time. And I go into the literature of, whether or not this improves performance or doesn't improve performance. And the literature is mixed. But if that isn't the world's perfect fuel, then what the heck are ketones doing? And that's the code that I unlock in the book.
So just to summarize there, that was a great explanation. But you're not saying ketones are useless as fuel. You're just saying they've been built up to this keystone, most important fuel by a lot of the people in the keto world. They do serve a purpose as that. But what you get at in your book, which we're going to get into now, is they are beneficial, but for another purpose. So I'll have you talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, I think one of the most fascinating parts of these studies, particularly from Cahill and Owens, is that at 3 days into a starvation, ketone production really ramps up in normal human beings, and we'll get into that in a minute. And muscles at 3 days get most of their energy from burning ketones. But by 50 days, everything is shifted to free fatty acids, and very little, 30%, is from ketones. So if muscles are getting their maximum benefit from ketones at 3 days, then we would expect that their athletic performance ought to skyrocket at 3 days when their ketone use is the most. But in fact, even Dr. Finney and Vogel show that normal athletes, their performance plummets at 3 to 2 weeks using a ketogenic diet. And so, wait a minute. If the muscles are using ketones at 3 days and that's all the fuel they want, why isn't your performance over the top? So even their research, and I love their research, and I quoted in the book, shows that can't be possible, that ketones are the world's greatest fuel.
So what we're summarizing here as a whole is they are a fuel for the body, but they're there as an emergency fuel. A fuel that's there to keep us alive if we're in starvation and the body needs to switch its energy source.
Correct. And they're really there as a fuel source for the brain. And it is a backup fuel source. It is not the world's greatest fuel source for the brain. Now, they do have some very interesting effects on the brain that I get into later on in the book, but they're not there as some super fuel for the brain.
Let's get into the uncoupling. This is the biggest thesis from the new book, and this is something I want to really get into and cover deeply. So we've now dismissed, the traditional thoughts in the keto world about what ketones do, but let's talk about the uncoupling and why they serve this other purpose that's actually very profound.
Yeah, and probably as a lead into that, there are actually multiple studies looking at a low-carb ketogenic diet versus a normal carb diet or even a high-carb diet for weight loss. And also, many of these studies look at metabolic rates in the subject individuals. And there have been multiple ones, but the long story short is that if you look at these diets over 6 months to a year, there's actually almost no difference between a low-carb ketogenic diet and a normal carb diet on a weight loss regimen. Very little, and I show many documentations. But in these studies, there's little kind of cute pearls that bear our attention. And that is, if you look at like 3 weeks into the diet, 4 weeks into the diet, there's actually no difference in metabolic rates between the ketogenic diet and the high-carb diet. Everybody's kind of burning the same calories. But if you follow these studies out, and most studies don't go much farther than a month or so, if you follow these studies out, after that point, the ketogenic diet, the low-carb diet, they begin to increase their metabolic rate above the high-carbohydrate diet. And you go, well, that's interesting. Why on a ketogenic diet, and if ketones are a protect yourself from starving mechanism, why in the world would your metabolic rate increase? Why would you burn more calories than the carbohydrate diet? That doesn't make sense. And that was what I and pretty much all the keto experts kept saying is, you're going to be an efficient fat burner. Why? And yes, your metabolic rate might go down because you're an efficient fat burner, but in fact, your metabolic rate goes up. So there was a fascinating paper that anyone interested in the ketogenic diet really ought to read. It's an easy paper to read. It's written by a PhD by the name of Dr. Martin Brand, and it was written in the year 2000, so fairly recent. And the paper is called Uncoupling to Survive. And what he said is that in extremis, if you're starving to death, if the organism has nothing to eat, then mitochondria have to protect themselves at all costs. Because if the mitochondria dies, then who cares about the muscles? Who cares about anything? Because the mitochondria is what generates the energy. And so he proposed that mitochondria actually ought to, as paradoxic as it sounds, waste energy and throw a lot of the calories that they would normally use to produce ATP out side exits, emergency exits in the electron transport chain so that they protect themselves. Now, it turns out that making ATP is dirty business. It's hard work. It generates a lot of damage to the mitochondria. And most people have heard of reactive oxygen species, ROSs, free radicals. These, and I have a fun time with it, with the analogy of the Mito Club to describe how ATP is made. And literally what you want to do is you want to couple a proton with an oxygen molecule and generate ATP. And it's literally called coupling. You want to put a proton and an oxygen together and bind them. The product is water and ATP and carbon dioxide. So that's coupling to produce energy. But it turns out that that's damaging to mitochondria. So there ought to be a method to literally pop off all the extra pressure to make ATP. Very much like a pressure cooker, once it gets to a very high pressure, has a pop-off valve, and you hear the steam coming out. If it didn't have that pop-off valve, you'd blow up the pressure cooker like my mother did when I was growing up. Very exciting. All over the ceiling. So we have to have pop-off valves. And these pop-off valves are controlled. There's 5 of them in every mitochondria, and they're called uncoupling proteins. And I didn't make up the word uncoupling. I wouldn't have used that word, but sorry, that's what it's called. So they throw out protons through these emergency exits or a pop-off valve of a pressure cooker to prevent damage to the mitochondria. Now, here's the amazing thing. At rest, 30% of all the calories we eat are uncoupled from making ATP. At rest. Now, if you think about it, what a dumb design for an organism. You've got to literally eat 30% more calories every day to generate the amount of ATP to stay alive. So you go, what a weird design. Why would a biologic system have this design? Well, the answer is for a couple of reasons. Number one, blowing off those extra calories generates heat. And we're a warm-blooded animal. And it turns out cold-blooded animals actually are relatively warm-blooded, just less than us. So all animals use this uncoupling to generate heat. Most of us have heard of brown fat. Brown fat is so loaded with mitochondria, so stuffed with mitochondria, that it literally looks brown under the microscope. In contrast, white fat has very little mitochondria. In between, as I talk about a lot, is beige fat. And you can actually turn white fat into beige fat by, believe it or not, uncoupling mitochondria. So brown fat burns huge amounts of calories that doesn't turn into ATP, and that's why they keep, for instance, a baby warm when the baby's really not eating very much. And so uncoupling mitochondria is built into our system. Getting back to your original question, why in the world, when we're starving to death, would we even throw more of these calories away? The answer is that not only do we want to protect the mitochondria from damage, and the less work they have to do, the less damage they do, but at the same time, this system of starvation tells mitochondria to make more of themselves, and it's called mitogenesis. Why? Well, I like to use the example of a dog sled, and I should have used it in the book. I thought about it later. If you've got one dog pulling your dog sled, the dog's not going to eat very much, but he's going to do a lot of work to pull that sled. If we hook 6 dogs to the sled, each dog literally has to do a sixth of the work of a single dog, but they're going to eat a whole lot more than that single dog. So what we do is each dog, each mitochondria, has far less individual work to do, which protects them from damage. But each mitochondria is going to use more energy. So the net effect is we can produce the same amount of ATP with a lot more mitochondria, and each mitochondria is wasting fuel. And therein lies the amazing factor of why your metabolic rate goes up if you're in ketosis. Because, surprise, surprise, ketones actually are signaling molecules that tell mitochondria to do this. So as Dr. Brand said, uncoupling to survive, looked in that content, makes a huge amount of sense. And everybody said, now wait a minute, that's just nuts. Why would we do that? And he said, well, I'll tell you what. Let's look at super old people who are thriving at 105 years old, and let's look at how uncoupled their mitochondria are. And lo and behold, super old people who are thriving have the most uncoupled mitochondria of any individuals. And you go, wow, Brand was right. That's just one thing that can make you really thrive, is uncoupling your mitochondria.
And so what you share in the book, and we're going to get into throughout the conversation, is how to enhance that uncoupling. And
Correct.
you talked about a couple of the benefits of uncoupling, one being the mitogenesis, so we're making more mitochondria, 2 being the wasted energy, which will lead to weight loss. And the third one you talk about in the book is the fact that this allows the mitochondria to repair as well.
Correct. So that's the third part. The mitochondria, again, making energy is damaging. And so mitochondria need to undergo repair. Now, one of the kind of revelations of the book is that there are actually only 2 mitochondrial antioxidants. Everybody thinks, oh, gee, you need antioxidants in your mitochondria to work on reactive oxygen species and free radicals, which is true. But it turns out you could swallow all the vitamin C in the world, all the vitamin E in the world, and it not only doesn't get to the mitochondria, but could actually have some bad implications. So there's only 2. One is melatonin. And I spend a lot of time talking about how we've gotten melatonin all wrong. It is not a sleep hormone. It is a hormone that actually comes out during sleep for the purpose of repairing mitochondria. So association does not necessarily mean causation. The other is glutathione. And glutathione can be reconstituted by vitamin C. This is true. But glutathione and melatonin are the only 2 mitochondrial antioxidants. And I talk about that, a car has a service interval that we even have sensors on our modern cars that look at how hard the car is working, what conditions the car is running in, and it says, it flashes on your dashboard, check engine or time for oil change, etc. Well, we have a service interval, and our service interval is 24 hours. And that's our circadian rhythm. And the reason we have that service interval, and the reason we know that sleep deprivation is one of the most awful things that can happen to us, is mitochondria during sleep have to go under repair cycle. They have to clean up their act. And they don't have to produce much energy during sleep. So they use that time to repair themselves. And it turns out that that signal to repair themselves actually comes from melatonin and melatonin production, but it also comes from ketones. And ketones signal mitochondria, like we just said, to waste energy, don't hurt your cells very much, make more of your cells, mitogenesis, and actively repair your cells. So those three factors are actually kind of the miracle of what ketones do. As I talk about in the book, most people probably don't know, but if we have metabolic flexibility, that is the ability to change on a dime in our mitochondria from using glucose to using free fatty acids and or ketones as a fuel. And the minute glucose runs out, you should be using free fatty acids and ketones. And very much like a hybrid car. When you're running on gas, you're charging the battery, and let's just call the battery our fat store. When we run out of gas, we should immediately be able to draw on our battery and power the wheels that way. Really sad news is that normal weight people, only 50% of us are metabolically flexible, able to change. Overweight people, 88% of overweight people are metabolically inflexible. They can't make the shift. 99.5% of obese people, and that's now approaching 50% of Americans, cannot make the switch between burning glucose and fat as a fuel. So, when we sleep, when we stop eating, it takes about 8 hours in a normal person, and most of us aren't normal anymore, to begin generating ketones. By 12 hours, normally, we should ramp up ketone production to a pretty good clip. So at 12 hours, 8 to 12 hours after we eat, we should start getting signaling from ketones to uncouple mitochondria to repair themselves and to build more mitochondria. The problem is almost nobody actually gets that signal anymore. And I go into why night workers, it's an unmitigated disaster because of this. So if you'll allow me to continue with that thought process, or we'll take a break, I think one of the most dramatic studies that I talk about in the book is the implication from calorie-restricted animal studies and then Italian athletes. There's a researcher at the NIH, Dr. Rafael De Cabo, who was very intrigued about why calorie restriction seems to be the only proven way to extend lifespan in almost every animal study. And this was proven in one set of rhesus monkeys at the University of Wisconsin, but the researchers at the NIH couldn't find the same results. And De Cabo said, and it was actually brilliant, he said, I don't think it's the lack of calories that was actually what was happening to these animals. When we study animals, we control when we give them food. And when you're calorie restricted, most of these studies, you put the food out at one particular time during the day. And if you're eating 30% less calories per day, you're really hungry. So when that food gets put out, you're going to eat it very quickly. And it's going to be gone. And so you're going to be fasting a lot longer until the food arrives the next day than someone who just gets to munch all day. So he designed some very elegant experiments using rats. And he basically wanted to show that it was the amount of time the animals were not eating that made the difference in their health, in their lifespan, in their metabolic flexibility, and even in their cancer and Alzheimer's rates. And so what he did was control the time of food that was put out and compared it to animals that got to eat all day long and all night long. Rats eat mostly at night. And he found that if he controlled when the full portion of food was put out to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the rats would eat their food actually quite rapidly, and they would be fasting for a great period of the 24 hours. On the other hand, if he just had food available for the rats 24 hours a day, they'd kind of munch all day long. He found that these animals who were time-restricted to their eating, time-restricted eating, time-controlled eating, intermittent fasting, lived about 11% longer than the rats who had all-day food. Now, that doesn't sound like much for a human being. That's 10 years of great life. And he showed that those animals who ate the same amount of food as the other rats were metabolically flexible. They could change between using fat and glucose, whereas the rats that ate all day long had no metabolic flexibility. And the rats who had time-controlled eating had no amyloid production, and they actually had far less cancer when they eventually did die. So that's pretty remarkable. Maybe it's not the fact that you're controlling calories, it's the fact that you're controlling time. So now, one of the most amazing studies uses Italian athletes, Italian cyclists, and they put them on a training table for 3 months. And most people know what a training table is. They had to eat the exact same food. What they changed was the time that these athletes got to eat their food. So one group had breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, they had lunch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had to finish dinner at 8 o'clock at night, a 12-hour eating window. The other group had break fast at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, lunch at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and dinner had to be finished at 8 o'clock, a 7-hour eating window. Same food, same athletic production. At the end of the study, the athletes who ate in a 7-hour window lost weight. The athletes who ate in a 12-hour window had no weight loss. But perhaps most dramatically is that the athletes in the 7-hour window plummeted their insulin-like growth factor 1, IGF-1. And people have heard me talk and write that if you had one marker to look at your possibility of longevity, it's IGF-1. Lower IGF-1, basically the longer you live and the longer you live well, the less cancer you have. The higher your IGF-1, more cancer, shorter lifespan. These guys plummeted their IGF-1. The 12-hour window didn't. So why in the world, with the same food, did the 7-hour window guys lose weight? All right, let's go back to ketones. So we start doing ketones at about 8 hours after stopping eating. 12 hours, we've really started to ramp up. So the 12-hour guys, they're just kind of getting the benefit of ketones, but then they eat. The other guys, they go another 5 hours of ketone production before they eat. And ketones uncouple their mitochondria for 5 hours longer than the other guys. So they waste fuel 5 hours more than the other guys. They repair their mitochondria for 5 hours more, and they build more mitochondria for 5 hours more. And so they lose weight. They literally do a caloric bypass using the same amount of calories. And that explains why these studies of ketogenic diets, that the basal metabolic rate goes up on a ketogenic diet if you do it right, because you're literally wasting more fuel. You're burning more calories, but not producing ATP.
I love how you tied that all together. So the highlights we want to gain from that are the fact that we want to restrict our eating window, produce more ketones throughout the day, And then that's going to be the uncoupling signal, which is going to allow all those benefits we talked about before, including weight loss, wasting energy.
Yeah, I mean, it's as strange as it may seem. I and others, talked about improving mitochondrial efficiency, and that's why you lost weight. In fact, if we were an efficient fat burner, then fat has 9 calories per gram versus carbohydrates and protein, which have 4 calories per gram. So if we were efficiently burning fat, we actually ought to gain weight because we're efficient. We're a Toyota Prius, that's an efficient vehicle. If I wanted to be efficient gas burner, I'd get a Prius. On the other hand, if I wanted to waste gasoline, I'd get a Ferrari because, man, that really wastes gasoline. Now, there's other reasons I might want a Ferrari, but if I wanted to waste gasoline, if I wanted to become an inefficient fat burner, gas burner, I'd turn into a Ferrari. And quite frankly, the evidence is we want our mitochondria to become Ferraris. And I kind of like my mitochondria as Ferraris because I'll never have one.
Let's talk about troubles they might run into in the kitchen with what they're using to cook. And then the last thing I want to touch on, and I know we got to part ways, is cooking methods specifically that can be carcinogenic. So if people are using, barbecuing and charring and things like that. So when we get to the end of this, it's going to give us a fully comprehensive look at food and how to get it from farmer to mouth in the healthiest way possible. Is any of it perfect? No, but
No.
we want to do the best we can.
Yeah. So speaking of forever chemicals and endocrine disruptors, the Teflon coated fry pans are great endocrine disruptors. PTFEs, PFOAs have replaced them. They're no better. Stainless steel cookware is great. You may not like it because it's hard to clean, but get over it. Stay away from aluminum. Aluminum leaches into the food we eat, and aluminum has a very interesting role in neurotoxicity, and we could spend an hour talking about that. So stay away from aluminum. My YouTube video on cast iron skillets went ballistic. The problem with cast iron is that iron dramatically ages us, and it makes us rust. And we measure serum irons on our patients as well. And we noticed early on people with high iron levels often were using cast iron skillets. And when we asked them to stop using their cast iron skillets, their iron levels went back down. And this was a very consistent phenomenon. Now, nobody needs a cast iron skillet. If you have to have a cast iron skillet, get an enamel-covered cast iron skillet. There's a number of good companies that make them. You can have the heat conductive properties of cast iron, and you'll not get the iron in your system. And in fact, on the comment section, which have gone for miles and in pages, I have a number of my female patients luckily write in and say, yeah, I can confirm this. I'm one of those patients. And yes, I absorb iron from my cast iron. Now, if you're a menstruating female and you have heavy menses and you have low irons, then I have no problem with you using a cast iron skillet. But the problem is then when you stop menstruating, please get rid of your cast iron skillet, okay? The other problem, there are ceramic pans that don't use these forever chemicals. And you still have to be careful. You still don't want to use metal utensils. You do not want to scratch the surface of these things. And that's really when a lot of these chemicals become really mischievous. So get yourself a bunch of wood, utensils. I've got a whole drawer full of them. They're kind of fun. And so that's my take on that. What was our other question?
Let me jump in on the iron piece before we move forward. So iron ages us. There was two things I wanted to address. One being menstruating females, which you did. The second piece is for menstruating females taking supplements of iron, because I know that's a common thing. Is that something, again, like the pan, when they're at that stage of life and menstruating, it's okay, but then after that to stop?
Yes. The other thing that I think we should all hopefully realize is, first of all, for a man to have a low iron level, something is really wrong. You're losing blood somewhere, and it's usually in your GI tract. For a postmenopausal woman who has a low iron level, something is really wrong. And in general, you're losing iron from your GI tract. Now, a lot of times we find that it's a colon polyp or many colon polyps that's doing this. Sometimes we find ulcers and gastritis, okay? What a lot of people don't realize is that non-steroidal anti-inflammatories like Advil, Aleve, ibuprofen damage the small intestine. And I've written a lot about this. Drug companies know they do it. Those are out of the reach of our scopes, unless somebody's swallowing a pill camera, but the pill camera really can't see this. And a number of my patients, particularly women, and some male golfers, have low irons, and after we've looked everywhere else, we take away their pain relievers, like ibuprofen, and lo and behold, that was the cause of their low iron. It was damaging their small intestine. But the point of that video was, look, if you've got a low iron and you're a non-menstruating female or a non-menstruating male, there's a bad reason that you need to find out why you have a low iron. And all the iron pills and all the iron skillets to get your iron up isn't the useful thing to do.
All right, so the last piece to the cooking is methods of cooking that people are doing that are unhealthy.
Yeah, anytime we use high heat to sear something, we create advanced glycation end products, AGEs, and they age us. And unfortunately, we make ages all the time. Ages are made with the combination of the sugars in the meat and even the vegetables, the protein in the meat, and you get a chemical bond with the presence of heat, which is one of the strongest chemical bonds that's ever been described, and it's called the Maillard reaction. So these ages are one of the things that age us. Now, one of the problems is we can absorb these, and we can also manufacture them. We have sugar in our body, we have proteins in our body, and we have heat in our body. And when we measure hemoglobin A1C, which literally measures the ages attached to our red blood cells, which looks at what we've been doing for the 2 months before the test, hemoglobin A1C is a really good way of deciding how slow or fast we're aging. And me, I'm not particularly interested in aging quickly. So, for instance, steaming really doesn't do this. Does everybody want a good char on whatever they're eating? Yeah, but again, we shouldn't do that every day. Pressure cooking doesn't do it, but steaming is still pretty doggone useful.
Dr. Gundry, I know you got to go here. We're going to end on this, come full circle. We started off talking about your favorite healthy vegetables to add in. I want to end on one more that is a really uncommon one, at least in my world, the people I interact with, and that's okra. So let's talk about why this is one of your favorites and its unique properties.
Well, so okra is full of mucopolysaccharides. That's what gives it that slimy feeling. And okra is actually one of the best lectin-binding compounds there is. In fact, powdered okra is part of my lectin shield, one of my most popular products. And so okra will bind lectins. The problem with okra is a lot of people don't like the sliminess. So what I do, and I've got a YouTube video on it, is you can even buy frozen okra now, but it's coming up to okra season. Buy the okra, cut it in half, put some olive oil on it, put it on a baking sheet, put it under the broiler for about 10 minutes, flip it over, put it under another 5 minutes or so, and you will have crispy okra chips. And they are so good that I kid you not, they have never made it to the dinner table because guests, family, grandkids, they're gone before they even get to the dinner table. They are that good.
Have you tried with guacamole? I'm picturing guacamole on there.
Yeah, use it as a dip chip, but they're so good even without that. Like I say, they've never made it to the dinner table. I kid you not.
Step number one is it's not what I tell you to eat that's important, number one. It's what I tell you not to eat. Because we can eat anti-inflammatory foods, we can take all these probiotics, but if we're constantly introducing lectins whose job it is to create leaky gut, then we're barking up the wrong tree. So job one is to get these foods out of your diet. Now, job two is to get a healthy microbiome. And the part of the book that's kind of exciting is most people have heard about probiotics, friendly bacteria. And a lot of people are beginning to understand prebiotics. Prebiotics are the foods that probiotics eat. And when I tell all my patients, look, if I have a choice of giving you probiotics or prebiotics, I'll spend my money getting prebiotics rather than probiotics. And let me give you an example that I use here in Palm Springs, in the desert. So let's suppose I sell my patients grass seed and say, here, go plant your grass seed. And they come back a month later and said, you sold me bad grass seed because it didn't grow. And I said, well, what'd you do with it? And they said, well, I went out and I threw it on the sand and it didn't grow. And I went, well, did you water it? And they said, well, no, you didn't tell me to. Did you fertilize it? No, you didn't tell me to. And I'm going, well, of course it didn't grow. But most of us say, oh, I'm taking all these probiotics and I've got 100 billion CFUs, and nothing's happening. Well, did you feed it what they needed to eat? Did you take care of them by giving them what they need? No. What does that have to do with it? These guys have to have something to eat, and they're prebiotics. And why we need to feed them is they produce postbiotics. And one of the revelations of the book is that postbiotics are why we need probiotics, why we need prebiotics, is so that we can actually benefit from this communication system between the gut microbiome and our energy-producing organelles, the mitochondria, our brain, our genes, and that's really exciting stuff.
Okay, so step one, we're stopping with the lectins and things that are causing the leaky gut. I guess I assume we're all on the same page with that before getting to step two, like I mentioned, repopulating the microbiome and building a strong microbiome. So once we've done that, well, let's not move beyond that. Let's stick with this postbiotics because this is something I hadn't heard of until reading this book. And I want to go deeper into it and talk about that communication between the bacteria in our guts with the mitochondria in our bodies and other cells. So first of all, how is that happening?
So bacteria and actually fungi love to eat prebiotic fiber, and they ferment that prebiotic fiber. And the gases, among other things, that are produced by this fermentation are a system of literally a language, and it's called the trans-kingdom communication system between the gut microbiome and the rest of us. And lo and behold, what we would have normally considered one of the side products of eating, which is producing farts, was actually incredibly important for our overall well-being, for our energy production, for our mental health, for preventing dementia, and we can get into that. But simple things like hydrogen gas, which the Hindenburg was full of, a flammable gas. We laugh when I was growing up in Boy Scouts. We ate a lot of beans on camping trips, and we produced a lot of gas. And it was common that you would light a Bic lighter and light your fart. Boy Scouts did that, I guess. And we were lighting hydrogen gas, and it was pretty cool. And it turns out that hydrogen gas is the smallest molecule there is. It instantly diffuses through the wall of our gut and goes into our bloodstream. And little did we know that this hydrogen gas actually is used in mitochondria to produce energy. And shockingly, one of the most wild findings recently was in Japan, where they took a bunch of people with Parkinson's, which, as many people know, is now an epidemic in a neurodegenerative disease. It's a cousin of Alzheimer's. And they took people with Parkinson's and they looked at their microbiome, and they found that these people with Parkinson's didn't have a microbiome that produced hydrogen gas. And they compared this to people who didn't have Parkinson's, and lo and behold, those people had a microbiome that produced hydrogen gas. So then they said, that's really interesting. We're going to give these people with Parkinson's hydrogen water. And you can actually dissolve hydrogen in water. I even have a supplement at Gundry MD that's called H2 Restore, which is a tablet that produces hydrogen water. And they had people drink hydrogen water if they had Parkinson's. And lo and behold, their Parkinson's got better just by reintroducing hydrogen gas into their system. And you go, holy cow, you mean to tell me that this crazy, molecule that's produced as a part of, prebiotic fiber being fermented by our microbiome has that much power to, affect our neurons? So that actually prompted a whole look at all these gases, and some of them are other common gases like hydrogen sulfide. That's the rotten egg smell. And originally, hydrogen sulfide was thought to be toxic. And lo and behold, as I've talked about in all my other books, there's an effect called hormesis. And that's a summary of Nietzsche's famous line, "That which doesn't kill me makes me stronger." And another way of describing it is the dose makes the poison. And so I call it the Goldilocks rule in the energy paradox, where none of something, let's consider hydrogen sulfide, is not very good. Some of something, a little bit of hydrogen sulfide, is really good for you, really good for your mitochondria, really good for your brain. And too much of something, like a lot of hydrogen sulfide, will kill you. And it's finding that Goldilocks just right that is part of the book teaching people what to do. So hydrogen sulfide in the right amount is really good for you. Here's another shocker. Methane, that, greenhouse gas that cows are farting, turns out to be in a very important communication system in us between our microbiome and our mitochondria. So all these things, believe it or not, like I say in the book, step on the gas. Let's really, thank flatulence for something that it's got a bad rap for.
And how do we go about assessing whether or not this is working properly in our system? Is it just, are you farting? Are you not farting? Like, is there something objective we can look at to know if we're in that Goldilocks zone?
Well, that's a great question. One of the things we have found and others have found in our modern diet is our modern diet has been stripped of almost all fibrous containing foods. And it's been stripped because ultra processed foods, one of the things we have removed from foods in heavy milling processes is we've been removing most of the fiber. And most of the foods that contain fiber are now a very small part of any of our diet. The bare minimum for fiber that the government sets is about 25 grams of fiber every day. Most Americans, if they're lucky, maybe get 5 grams of fiber in their diet. If you look at hunter-gatherers like the Hadzas, they get 150 grams of fiber every day in their diet. And it's that fiber that's actually converted into postbiotics. So it's no wonder that we have epidemics of Parkinson's and dementia, and we have epidemics of Crohn's and colitis, because we're not producing these postbiotic gases that are so important. So getting fiber back into our diet is one of the mainstays of the energy paradox, and it's actually pretty doggone easy to do.
And when we're talking about fiber, I know they're soluble and insoluble. Are we looking for a certain ratio between the two? Are all fibers from plant material? Well, again, there's obviously the two different types, but are we looking for like a diversity from different fruits and vegetables, or is it just getting to that certain threshold?
So, diversity is good, but for instance, most insoluble fiber, which we think of as whole grains, that insoluble fiber is where the lectins are. And there's some very cool research that I've referenced in other books that it's insoluble fiber that irritates the lining of your gut, that causes leaky gut. And the reason insoluble fiber actually increases your bowel movements is because they are irritants, and we are actually trying to get them out of our system. And sadly, this was, and I go into this in the book, there was a famous English colon surgeon by the name of Dennis Burkitt, who was sent on a mission trip to Africa to help the poor Africans with their colon cancer and with their hemorrhoids, which was, big in England. And he got down to Africa, and this was in the middle 20th century. And he got down to Africa, and he couldn't find any colon cancer, and he couldn't find any hemorrhoids. And so he was kind of, at a loss of what to do. And he says, well, where the heck's all the colon cancer? Where's the hemorrhoids? And he started looking at what these African tribes were eating, and they were eating huge amounts of tubers and, yams and sweet potatoes. And he started following them out into the bush and looking at their bowel movements. And they had huge bowel movements, like termite mounds. And he became fascinated with these bowel movements. And he came back to England. And he says, oh my gosh, I've discovered, why people don't get colon cancer, why they're so healthy, why they're so skinny. It's fiber. Well, England didn't have a lot of tubers laying around, but they had plenty of uh, insoluble fiber in their grains. And he didn't know the difference between soluble fiber and insoluble fiber. So he's really the father of the insoluble fiber is good for you. And of course, grain companies, cereal companies have run with this and have said, oh, fiber is fiber is fiber, and here's where you get your fiber. And it's one of the major undoers of our health is because we've been convinced that insoluble fiber is the key to health. But what Burkett actually discovered was that it was insoluble fiber that was the key to these Africans' health. And so where is soluble fiber found? Well, it's found in, for instance, one of the easiest ways to do it is grind up some flax seeds loaded with soluble fiber. Grind up some psyllium powder loaded with soluble fiber. Easy to do. I'll be happy to sell you Prebio Thrive, which has 8 soluble fibers. On the other hand, asparagus, which is in season right now, is full of soluble fiber. The chicory family vegetables, radicchio, that Italian red lettuce, it's not a lettuce at all, Belgian endive, these are in most stores, full of soluble fiber. The tubers, like yams and sweet potatoes, like jicama, another great source. And then there's, these go into the resistant starches. And resistant starches are, as the name implies, are more resistant to our breaking them down into soluble sugar molecules. And so a lot of this resistant starch arrives lower down in our intestines, where our gut buddies are more than happy to munch on it. So those are just a few examples of where to find soluble fibers.
Got it. And for the average person, say they're eating a heavy plant-based diet, including some of the foods you mentioned that are good sources of soluble fiber, do you find to get to a healthy amount of fiber in a day, people often have to use a product like the one you talked about that, an actual supplement or taking the flax and grinding it up and adding that to the diet? We'll use you for an example. Is that something that you do on top of what you're eating?
Yeah, I do, because, again, the more I research this area, the more I really want to make postbiotics. The effect, the power of postbiotics is just fantastic. On the other hand, I eat a very heavy, plant-centric diet. I'm a plant predator. I make no bones about it. But you got to know which plants are your buddies and are going to help you out and which plants don't have your back. And so, if you follow me around, you'll see me eating, for instance, I'll eat a lot of tricolore salads, which are arugula and Belgian endive and radicchio, which is just everywhere in Italy and France. And, these salads didn't come about just by accident. People, found that their health was actually improved by eating these things. So, but an easy way to start is, most of us, unfortunately, don't have a very, very varied diet. Most of us are almost too busy to cook. Research that I did years ago show that the average American chooses 5 meals and sticks with those 5 meals on a rotating basis. And the average hunter-gatherer is eating 250 different plant species on a rotating basis. And even my, organic vegetable eaters, you're not eating 250 different species. So the more diversity of these prebiotics we can get into us, the better. And one of the fascinating things is that polyphenols, which are these plant compounds that I'm so big on in all of my writing, polyphenols are actually prebiotics. And polyphenols are beneficial because they are actually prebiotics for our bacteria. So
let's talk a little bit more about polyphenols. What are your top sources? I know olive oil is something that you love, and you're quoted as saying food is something that we use to get more olive oil in our
Yeah, the
bodies.
only purpose of food is to get olive oil in your mouth, correct?
There you go. So that I know you're a coffee fan as well. So talk about some of your top sources of polyphenols.
Yeah, surprisingly, polyphenols are in some of really our most popular foods. And what's interesting, as I talk about in the book, is that it's probably the polyphenol content of these healthy foods that are actually explain their benefits. So, for instance, coffee is loaded with polyphenols. And interestingly enough, there's really very good research that shows that 5 cups of black coffee a day is preventative of developing Parkinson's disease, for example. And interestingly enough, the most potent coffee is Turkish boiled coffee, where the grounds are literally sitting in contact with the coffee kind of throughout the day. And that's because more polyphenols are extracted. The more polyphenols in olive oil, the better. There's nothing particularly great or beneficial about oleic acid, which is the major long-chain fatty acid in olive oil. The olive oil is a carrier of polyphenols, and in one of my earlier books, More Bitter, More Better, the bitterness is actually the polyphenols. And so if olive oil makes you cough, that's actually the effect of the polyphenol. So I'm always looking for, strangely enough, olive oils that make me cough because that's a higher polyphenol content. Chocolate's benefit is actually in the polyphenols. And the darker the chocolate, the more polyphenols. Sadly, the Dutch learned how to deactivate the polyphenols in chocolate with the Dutch process. And so if you see Dutched cocoa, run away. All the polyphenols have been inactivated. So extra dark chocolate's a great way to get polyphenols into your system. Red wine, another great source of multiple polyphenols, resveratrol, quercetin. And then in the book, another fascinating finding is that melatonin is maybe one of the greatest plant-produced compounds that explains a lot of the Mediterranean diet's benefit. So melatonin, we all think of the sleep molecule that's produced in our pineal gland that puts us to sleep. And yes, melatonin does go up, during sleep. But melatonin is actually the major antioxidant that's used in our mitochondria to sop up all the damage that's done in the production of energy. And we get deep into the weeds about how ATP is produced in the book. But the important thing is melatonin is the major antioxidant. And surprise, surprise, plants produce melatonin to protect their mitochondria from the damage of sunlight. And so plants don't need to go to sleep, but plants produce melatonin to protect their mitochondria. And we have a whole list of really great melatonin producing plants. So for instance, pistachios are the highest melatonin containing food that you can find. Mushrooms are right up there with high melatonin containing compounds, as well as being polyphenols. Red wine, surprise, surprise, has melatonin in it, and so does olive oil. And I conjecture in the book that it could be that the benefits of the Mediterranean diet with olive oil and mushrooms and red wine is not so much these other polyphenols, but it's the high, actually, melatonin content. And surprise, coffee has melatonin.
So interesting. I was going to bring up the melatonin. I'm glad you went there. So to make sure I have this right, the melatonin supports the mitochondria. which are our power plants, our energy producers. So when we're talking about energy, we want to consume some of those foods. Is it on a daily basis?
Yeah, I actually think the more people understand the rigors that our mitochondria go through to produce our energy currency, which is ATP, you would be shocked that our mitochondria don't just give up. And I use the examples that our mitochondria are essential workers, and the amount of work that mitochondria have to do to produce energy, and the amount of byproducts, if you want to say, um, the sludge that builds up in our oil in an internal combustion engine is the sludge that builds up in our mitochondria in producing energy. And we have to have a very impressive way of sopping up the free radicals, the reactive oxygen species that occur in the energy production process. And if people realize the damage that we do to our mitochondria on a daily basis, it's no wonder that these cultures that eat a lot of melatonin containing foods do better in the long run and don't have, our chronic diseases.
Dr. Gundry, what would you say are the top healthy vegetables that everyone wants to make sure they're considering as part of their diet?
Wow, that's a really good question. I'm actually really, really fond of vegetables that most people maybe haven't even heard of, but are beginning to appear in most grocery stores. And those are vegetables in the chicory family. The chicory family include radicchio, which is that red ball that people call red Italian lettuce. It's not a lettuce at all. Belgian endive, which look almost like tulips. Chicory. Frisee, which looks like really kind of fuzzy things. These guys are really power plants of feeding friendly bacteria in our gut. They contain a compound called inulin. Now, one of the things I've found when, particularly I visit France and Italy, almost every salad that I get anywhere in those countries has several of these vegetables in it. And there's a reason for that, because these guys are feeding friendly bacteria. So right off the bat, go look for this stuff. Again, it's appearing in almost all regular grocery stores. They're not odd anymore.
All right, well, let's keep the list going. What are some of your other top foods?
I do really think people need to get more cruciferous vegetables in their diet. Simple things like broccoli and cauliflower and Brussels sprouts and arugula. Arugula is becoming more and more popular as a salad. It's a cruciferous vegetable. Cabbages, particularly fermented cabbages like kimchi or sauerkraut. And in my last book and my upcoming book, I make a stronger and stronger case for getting these sort of fermented vegetables into our diet. Asparagus. It's asparagus time right now. And asparagus is also loaded with prebiotic fiber that our gut bacteria love. Let me go back to cruciferous vegetables for a second, because every now and then I see people go on a kind of a continuous cruciferous vegetable kick. If broccoli is good for me, more broccoli is good for me. If cabbage is good for me, more cabbage is good for me. And I do see people suppress their thyroid function. Now, it doesn't damage the thyroid, but I see it, and invariably, it's when somebody really goes on a cruciferous vegetable kick that I do see that, and it's completely reversible. So you don't want to have cauliflower rice 3 times a day with Brussels sprouts, with cabbage. These should be part of your diet, but certainly shouldn't be the mainstay of people's diets.
So when you say you've seen people run into complications pushing those cruciferous too far, is that people that have specific thyroid issues already or just general population?
Plain old every day, you're sitting around doing nothing and embarks on, oh, I heard cruciferous vegetables are really great for me. Dr. Gundry said on a podcast, eat your cruciferous vegetables. And actually just had one in the office this week. And when we dove down into what they were eating, they were on a cruciferous vegetable kick, and they were putting raw sauerkraut on every meal. They were having it for breakfast. They were putting it in their salad for lunch. They had a side of it for dinner. And lo and behold, that was the culprit.
And what are you looking for specifically? Are there certain tests you're doing with patients to determine if they've pushed it too far? Are there certain symptoms that you'll see patients present you with? Just trying to get a better idea of how somebody knows if they are pushing that too hard.
Well, we measure thyroid function studies in everybody every 3 months. The one that we see change when people are eating too many cruciferous vegetables is TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone. And TSH is basically the brain's method of telling the thyroid gland to make more thyroid hormone. And even though these people normally have normal levels of free T3 and free T4, which are the active forms of thyroid hormone, their TSH slowly but surely creeps up. And that's just kind of a classic finding. They don't have Hashimoto's thyroiditis. We test for that as well. They're just suppressing their thyroid with a little too much cruciferous vegetables. And it's completely reversible.
Another food-like item that's in that realm when it comes to thyroid health that is controversial is salt because of the iodine. So let's talk about how iodine interacts with the thyroid and how we can make sure we're doing that in a healthy way.
Well, one of the things that's fascinating to me is at the turn of the previous century, we in the United States had an epidemic of hypothyroidism and goiter. It's actually estimated that over 10 million people, particularly in the Midwest, died from hypothyroidism. And that was one of the reasons that the federal government and actually 20 other countries in the world mandate putting iodine in salt. That's where Morton's salt came from, the little girl with the umbrella. And recently, in the last 20 years or so, everybody's using sea salt or pink salt or Himalayan salt. And unfortunately, neither of these have any iodine in them. So we see a number of health seekers, if you will, who are using these non-iodized salt, and they don't make adequate thyroid hormone. Shockingly, when we send them out and have them start using iodized sea salt, and there are a number of varieties out there now. Even Morton's makes iodized sea salt. Their thyroid function goes back to normal. So iodine is one of those easy to fix ingredients that used to be mandated. And we now know why it was mandated and why it's so important to get into our diet.
Why do you think there is so much controversy around that? Because even myself, somebody who's been in this health world for so long, I'm hearing all different sides to that iodine story, and I'm actually hesitant to take, things that are fortified with iodine or take that as a supplement. So I just want to really get in here and get into the nuances of where all that came from and why there is that fear.
If someone actually saw patients 6 days a week for the last 20 years and measured these levels every 3 months and manipulated their iodine, they, I think, would be entitled to make statements about iodine. But if you're not measuring this in patients every day, then you don't have a right to fearmonger about iodine being good or bad for you. And like I said, this science is so old. 100 years ago, iodine was mandated to save people's lives. And we don't have to rehash this. This is an easy one.
So bottom line, even people with Hashimoto's, across the board, iodine is part of a healthy routine.
Yeah, Hashimoto's has nothing to do with iodine. Hashimoto's has to do with leaky gut. And when you fix leaky gut, Hashimoto's resolves 94% of the time in my patient population. Fix the leaky gut, say goodbye to Hashimoto's, or for that matter, any other autoimmune disease.
Say somebody wants to be a bit more controlled with their iodine intake and opt out a sea salt that's been fortified with it. What kind of dosage would you recommend to the average person if they want to get tablets? Or is there a different method that's better to supplement? Because I know you can get some that absorbs through the skin, and there might even be other forms. What's the best way to take it and how much?
Well, we actually have people, if they want to, use spirulina as their source of iodine. There's a wonderful product from Life Extension called C-iodine, SEA. It's basically made from kelp. 1,000 micrograms is all we need to change somebody's thyroid numbers. But the easiest way is just get yourself some iodized sea salt. You can't overdo it.
All right, let's move away from the iodine piece of the salt, but stick on salt and talk about other reasons people may be fearing salt and avoiding salt. And the other big one that jumps out at me is high blood pressure. So somebody right now that is dealing with a blood pressure issue and they're avoiding salt, is there any merit to that?
There have been a number of studies looking at a low sodium diet and high blood pressure and congestive heart failure. And there are a few people in my practice that do seem to be salt sensitive. There's the DASH diet is a low sodium diet that's popular with the American Heart Association. I unfortunately think that most of the recommendations from the American Heart Association on diet are 180 degrees wrong, and I say that as a former president of the Southern California chapter of the American Heart Association, but we can get into that whenever. So one of the things we see and others have seen is, particularly if people are embarking on a low carbohydrate diet, a ketogenic diet, however we want to define that, a high fat diet, we see that salt actually plays an important part in mitigating the effect of high uric acid levels. And I personally instruct my patients, if they're going to embark on that, to actually actively add salt to their diet. And there's lots of easy ways to do that, whether you just want to take your salt shaker of iodized salt and shake it in your hand and lick it up. That works really well. Whether you want to put a little salt in your coffee to kill the bitterness, that works really well. Or whether you want to use some of these new salt packages. I personally like Element. My wife is addicted to it. I make one at Gundry MD. There's lots of them on the market. But salt in general, sodium chloride, should, I think, be balanced with potassium and with magnesium. And in fact, whenever I have people who might be salt sensitive, it's not the sodium chloride that's the troublemaker for them. It's usually the lack of potassium and magnesium. And so we take those folks and we give them salt, but we also give them potassium and magnesium. And that seems to be the missing piece of why sodium might be potentially bad for you.
And for the healthy person out there that might be consuming an electrolyte-like element, which I'm a big fan of as well, they're a sponsor of the show, and then they're adding sea salt to their food to taste, do we have to worry about pushing that too far if we're a healthy person and we're just doing it within what we'd consider moderation? Or is it more of a concern the other way, people avoiding it because they fear it?
Well, one of the things we have to realize is that most of the deaths during marathon running come from hyponatremia, low sodium and low chloride, because all they're doing is consuming water and not replacing the lost electrolytes. The other thing I see in big-time water drinkers is they run low sodiums and chlorides in their blood work, in their fasting blood work. And those guys, when we start literally, supplementing them with sodium chloride and potassium, magnesium, aspartate, those issues resolve. And a lot of these are women who, are carrying around their jugs of water everywhere they go, and yet they're feeling tired, and they're being told by well-meaning trainers, well, you're tired because you're not getting enough water. And they're tired because they're hyponatremic. And once we replace these electrolytes, miracles, and tell them to stop drinking so much water, their tiredness goes away.
So I guess a more proper way to word that would be get your 8 glasses of water, whatever that is for you in that range, with electrolytes so it's more balanced.
Yeah, I think, another way you just mentioned, one way to think about getting salt in your diet or controlling salt in your diet is, either cook with it, then don't add it at the table, or my preference is don't cook with it, but then add it at the table. And that works out pretty well.
One of the common arguments for adding sea salt for a lot of the people in the health and wellness space is the minerals when you get a sea salt that's been unadulterated. Do you think there's any merit there? Like the amount of minerals you're going to get from a sea salt, is that actually something we should factor in?
Well, I think trace minerals are definitely deficient in our current diet. And I've posted a lot of YouTube videos about this that we use to get a lot of trace minerals out of our soil. And it turns out that you actually have to have a soil microbiome to allow absorption of minerals out of the soil. And you have to have soil that contains these trace minerals. And as early as 1936, almost 100 years ago, there's a Senate document that I love to tease people with that basically says our soil is now so depleted that you could eat continuously and never actually get the nutrients that you need to function from our soil. And this was a document from 1936. And that was before we killed off all of the soil microbiome with herbicides and pesticides and Roundup. And now our plants, our soil, are completely devoid of these trace minerals. And sadly, a head of lettuce may look like a head of lettuce from over 100 years ago, but it doesn't contain those same trace minerals. An apple may look like an apple, although now it's the size of a grapefruit, but it doesn't contain any of those minerals anymore. So most people really need to supplement with trace minerals. Now, one place to get it is a high-quality sea salt, but adding trace minerals in a supplement is also a good idea.
And when it comes to that, what brands do you recommend?
Mine.
What is the product called?
Well, actually, I have trace minerals in several of my supplements, and there's too many to name.
So we know now the goal here is to uncouple, and you get all these different health benefits. So let's look at it from a different angle. We know now fasting, it's going to produce ketones, it's going to help us uncouple our mitochondria. We can come at it now from a dietary perspective, and you talked about MCT oil earlier. And this can be a real hack for people that are metabolically flexible, that are producing ketones, during a fasted state. They can ramp it up and they can add MCT oil in and get more of an effect. But this also can be a great benefit for people who want to include some carbs, or they're early on in the phase here and they're not yet metabolically flexible. So let's come at it from this other angle and talk about how MCT oil can be used as a helpful tool to produce those ketones.
Yeah. So, getting back to these human studies of a low-carb ketogenic diet versus a regular high-carb diet, I mentioned that most of these studies show that there's no increase in metabolic rate on the ketogenic diet in most people for 3 to 4 weeks after they start it. And you go, well, wait a minute, they're on a ketogenic diet. If ketones are doing all this great stuff, what's the deal? Well, that gets back to the point that almost everybody is metabolically inflexible, and they have actually very high insulin levels. They have insulin resistance, and I'm sure most of your viewers know insulin resistance by now. And if they don't, I talk a lot about it. Insulin is fascinating. Insulin, when we eat, insulin is a fat storage hormone for any extra calories that we don't immediately use as an ATP production. And insulin literally unlocks the door to muscle cells and says, hey, guy just ate some great stuff. Here's what you want. And if there's any extra, insulin unlocks the door to fat cells through an enzyme called lipoprotein lipase and stores the additional calories in fat. So when insulin's elevated and you're trying to store fat, the last thing you want to do is take fat out of storage. That'd be dumb. Every time you put it in, somebody pulls it out. So insulin, when it's elevated, blocks the release of fat from fat storage. And it blocks it by blocking an enzyme called hormone-sensitive lipase. Hormone-sensitive. What's it sensitive to? The hormone insulin. So when insulin is elevated, you may have lots of fat in your fat stores, but you can't get it out until insulin falls, and then hormone-sensitive lipase is released. And as I've talked about in this book and other books, it's kind of like water everywhere, not a drop to drink. So most of us have an elevated insulin level, and most of us, even when we start a ketogenic diet, it may take 3 or 4 weeks for our insulin levels to drop enough for our free fatty acids to come out of fat stores, then go to the liver, and then make ketones. So it's actually a really long process, which explains Volchik and Veach's work, and Vogel's work, Finney's work, that it may take 3-4 weeks to get a benefit in an athletic performance, or at least get back to baseline on a ketogenic diet, because most people can't generate ketones. So the point of all that is MCT oil, on the other hand, MCTs, medium chain triglycerides, are unique in that they're absorbed directly from our intestines, unlike any other fats, and they go directly to our liver, where they are converted automatically into ketones. So the beauty of MCT oil is you could have insulin resistance like most human beings and yet still generate ketones if you get MCT oil. And I joke, you could have a fresh fruit salad, please don't, but you could have a fresh fruit salad and wash it down with a tablespoon or 2 of MCT oil, and you would generate ketones, even though you've just eaten, the monster carbohydrate meal of the world. You'd still generate ketones, and the ketones would uncouple mitochondria. So that's one of the great things of unlocking the keto code. There's ways around this until we get to the point of releasing free fatty acids to take over the job.
Question for you. I want to stop on that fruit salad analogy here. So say somebody did that. Again, we're not recommending it, but it's possible. When they uncouple the mitochondria, are they wasting energy just from that fruit salad meal, or does that actually go back and waste energy from the fat stores on the body?
No, they'll just waste energy from the fruit salad meal. Unfortunately, you've got to drop insulin to release fat from fat cells. The good thing about MCT oil is, remember, the brain, it can't use free fatty acids. So if you're starting a ketogenic diet and you're really limiting carbohydrates and protein, the brain has to have ketones, but it can't get to the ketones. And that's why, you get the low carb flu, the Atkins blues. That's why your brain doesn't work, your performance, tanks, because you just can't release ketones. You can't generate ketones because you can't release free fatty acids from fat. And we see this all the time. In fact, one of the patients I talk about in the book, Miranda, had been on what she describes as a perfect ketogenic diet for 2 years before she saw me. And she kept gaining weight on her perfect ketogenic diet. And when we looked at her, number one, she was not in ketosis after fasting all night. Number two, her insulin level was very high. And number three, she was a pre-diabetic after being on a ketogenic diet for 2 years. And, she was apoplectic that this could be possible. But when she started to realize that she hadn't designed her diet properly, as I go into in the book, it's no wonder that she was the way she was. And once we shifted to things like MCT oil and goat and sheep products, which maybe we'll talk about next, we finally started her generating ketones and uncoupled her mitochondria, and now she's a happy woman and lost a lot of weight.
Let's stick on the MCT oil here for a bit, like talking about it as an exogenous supplement. If somebody wants to include that in their healthy routine, is it better to take, you mentioned a tablespoon or two after a meal, is it better to have that all at once, spread that out through the day? And I also want to highlight the point too, that if somebody does want to include that during that window of fasting, that won't break the fast.
Correct. Yeah, I like to spread it out through the day for several reasons. I see patients 6 days a week, and I see patients 6 days a week for the last 22 years doing this program that I do. So, and I get to see their blood work every 3 months. And so I get to see what works and what doesn't work. I don't have, anecdotes that, I heard this was really good for you. So one of the things that's important is if you are metabolically inflexible, and again, most people are, you want to have this ketone signal happen multiple times during the day, and particularly at night. Women in particular often don't do well with liquid MCT oil. Many women get upset stomach, nauseated, loose bowel movements, even diarrhea. As I talk about in the book, many times if I switch women, particularly over to powdered MCT oil, and there's multiple powdered MCT oils out there now, they do a lot better. The other fascinating thing is that women, and men for that matter, do extremely well with goat and sheep milk products, which, surprise, surprise, goat and sheep milk, 30% of the calories in goat and sheep milk are MCTs, medium chain triglycerides. And fun fact, almost all MCT oils like C6, C8, C10 are named after the Latin word for goat, capra. There's capric acid, caprylic acid, and so on. That's because they were found in goat milk. So the really cool thing is you could have goat yogurt, sheep yogurt, goat cheese, sheep cheese, and actually get the benefits of MCT oil in something you probably want to eat. And we'll go into some societies where this has been proven. So goat cheese, goat milk is truly the goat, greatest of all time, of the cheeses because of the fact that it has huge amounts of MCT. Fun fact.
No, that's great. And I talked about the fact that if you're going to add MCT to, say, your black coffee or tea, which won't knock you out of your fast, let's compare that to having goat cheese. So if somebody, is in that morning dip and they're feeling like they're a little bit hungry and they want to include that, because cheese is, contains other things as well, are you still fasting at that point, in your opinion?
No, you're not fasting, but you're actually getting the benefit of the ketone generation from the MCT oil. One of my good friends is Walter Longo from USC Longevity Center. And Walter, this past year, published, I thought, a very important paper that I talk about in the book, is you can take people on a ketogenic diet who are fasting at breakfast and break them into two groups. One group was given one of his bars, and I'll call it out, the fast bar, which is basically a nut bar. The other group continued their fast till noon. And what he found was that the people who ate a nut bar continued to be in ketosis, even though they, quote, broke their fast. And exactly the same amount of ketones that the people fasting till noon was. So I thought that was actually very exciting news. And in all my programs, I say, look, if you can't make it till when I want you to start eating in the morning, have a handful of nuts or have a fast bar or one of my bars from Gundry MD, which are basically nut bars, or have some goat or sheep yogurt, or have a piece of goat or sheep cheese. And you will generate ketones. It's been shown in humans that 1 tablespoon of MCT will generate a nice bolus of ketones for a couple hours after you eat it. That'll keep your brain happy as you go along. It's a funny story, but it's worth telling. I was driving down to Orange County to do a fundraising video for public television and, help them make some money. And there was a person who was going to interview me and, do the pitch. And I got a call on the cell phone that this particular young lady wasn't going to make it in because she basically didn't have the energy to come in today. And I said, well, what are we going to do? And they said, well, don't worry, we'll get somebody else. But the idea that she didn't have it in her to come in that day really haunted me for several days. And I went, this is a millennial, and how do you, not have it in you to, come to work? I realized that over the last, 21 years in my practice, I see tons of people with fatigue and malaise and tiredness, and I just hadn't added it all up that we're in an energy crisis. And she just kind of brought it home to me. So I wasn't planning to write the book, and I said, I think I'm going to write a book about energy. So that's how it all started.
Got it. And Dr. Gundry, for you, has energy been something that's ebbed and flowed over the years? I know you have your own health journey that, at one point you're overweight and you've gotten healthy, lost a lot of weight. Where along that journey have you had troubles with energy?
Well, it's funny. Because I was a heart surgeon for most of my career, you have to kind of suck it up and find, the way to keep going. But one of the interesting things looking back is, when you've got a little baby's life in your hands, you have to suck it up. But most of us, I think, get the idea that our modern lifestyle, the stress in our lives, being tired and having to suck it up and power through is normal. And quite frankly, it's not normal. I get to study super, super old people around the world. And one of the striking things is that a lot of these cultures, particularly hunter-gatherer cultures, they don't even have words for being tired. They don't have words for fatigue. And I joke that I've chased a 90-year-old up a hillside herding sheep, and they're going faster than I am, and I'm going, where's all this coming from? So we've got this distorted view that being tired is something that's normal, and we have to overcome it with double espressos and energy drinks, and it's not normal, and that's the whole point of this book. That being tired is not normal.
And for you, somebody that works with patients, I know it's a select population. It's a specific population. A lot of people that are sick and looking to get better. But how often, when somebody comes through your door to work with you, is energy part of their complaint?
That's a great question. Early on, I would see people, and there's a diagnostic code. We have to code to get paid by insurance. And there's a diagnosis code called fatigue and malaise. And over 50% of my patients that would see me initially, and these were across the board patients, we would use the code fatigue and malaise. So I became so used to that, and then seeing fatigue and malaise go away, that as part of our program, that it really never even occurred to me that my program was actually eliminating fatigue and tiredness. And so when I was prompted to look at this, I said, my gosh, I've actually been an energy doctor my entire career at doing this. So it's a huge factor. What I've also seen, which has surprised me, I guess, through the years, is about 70-80% of my practice is autoimmune disease. And autoimmune diseases in general almost always associate with fatigue and tiredness and malaise, if not worse, brain fog. But autoimmune diseases in people in their 50s and 60s and 70s is not unusual. But as you probably know, Jesse, we're seeing autoimmune diseases in teenagers. We're seeing it in 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds. I see tons of millennials now who have brain fog and tiredness. In fact, just before we got off the phone, I saw a young 27-year-old woman who's in graduate school with not only an autoimmune disease that we're working on, but she just can't get through the day. And 27 years old, and you can't get through the day. And so this is an epidemic that we need to address, and it's addressable. That's the good news.
And as an epidemic, is this something relatively new that's affected us, or is this go all the way back to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and shift work and that type of thing? Is there any research you've looked at, determining, I should say, how relatively new of a phenomenon this is?
Well, if you just look at, for instance, autoimmune diseases were so rare back when I was in medical school, of course, back in the dark ages, that the tests we used looking for autoimmune diseases were called funny tests, because it was so odd to go looking for autoimmune diseases that the tests were kind of funny. We just would rarely order them. Now, for instance, as many as 60 million Americans may have Hashimoto's thyroiditis, which is a low thyroid condition, which is an autoimmune disease. And Kelly Clarkson made me famous because she reversed her Hashimoto's with my program, The Plant Paradox. But so this is all new stuff. This young lady having, for instance, rheumatoid arthritis, at a young age. She was diagnosed over 10 years ago with rheumatoid arthritis in her teenage years. And this is once so rare. And you don't see all these commercials every night on TV for immunosuppressive drugs to treat your psoriasis, your rheumatoid arthritis, your Crohn's disease, your colitis, your whatever autoimmune disease. Every other commercial are for these immunosuppressive drugs. And they're not there because these drug companies are nice people. They're there because they know that there's an epidemic and people, want to use these drugs, which in my humble opinion is asking for trouble. Number one, I got into this as a transplant immunologist doing heart transplants. And as I assure all my patients with autoimmune disease, you don't have a heart transplant in you, so what the heck are you doing on a heart transplant drug? And that actually usually gets their attention.
Well, let's get into the minutia and discuss what is happening. What's causing this epidemic?
So one of the biggest changes that has happened in the last 15 years, and certainly in my practice, is I think most of us are now in agreement that leaky gut underlies almost all chronic diseases, and certainly leaky gut underlies autoimmune diseases. And if you had asked me 15 years ago what I thought about leaky gut, I probably would have told you it's pseudoscience. But now, really thanks to work like by people like Dr. Fasano, who's now at Harvard, who I've been on some panels with, there's now very concrete evidence that a leaky gut underlies almost all chronic diseases, including autoimmune diseases and being tired and having fatigue. And I think it's worth going into why that happens. As I talk about in the book, there's a fascinating study, and I've had the authors of this study on my podcast, the Dr. Gundry Podcast, where some Duke researchers wanted to look at the energy expenditure of one of the last remaining hunter-gatherer populations in the world, the Hadzas in Tanzania. And they wanted to compare the energy expenditure of these people to the typical office desk worker. And of course, they had a hypothesis that these Hadza, the men walk 8 to 10 miles every day in search of game. The women walk 3 to 5 miles every day gathering berries and tubers. And they're very fit, they're very lean, they're very healthy, they don't have any chronic diseases. And compare these to the office workers. And their hypothesis was, well, no wonder these guys are so fit and they're so skinny and they're so healthy. It's because they're burning up lots of energy. And lo and behold, they found that the Hadzas were using the exact same amount of energy as the desk workers. And whenever we researchers have a hypothesis and our data doesn't meet our hypothesis, usually we change our hypothesis. But some researchers say, no, the hypothesis is correct. So these researchers said, well, of course this is true because we all humans have a fixed amount of energy we're going to expend, and it doesn't matter whether you're a Hadza or a desk worker, you're going to expend the same amount of energy. And I went, wait a minute, that doesn't pass the sniff test as far as I can tell. So why do the desk workers have this huge energy expenditure as if they're walking around all day? Well, it's because if you have a leaky gut, particles in the foods we eat, and we can talk about lectins all you want, but pieces of bacteria, other undigested food particles, literally can leak through the wall of our gut. And it's easier than most people think. On the other side of the wall of our gut is about 80% of all of our immune system, all of our white blood cells are lined up along this border because that's where mischief can come across. And as they attack these particles, we produce inflammation. And inflammation is literally a fire of this war going on between things coming across our border that shouldn't and our soldiers, our immune system, fighting them. And in any war, soldiers need a lot of supplies. They need a lot of food. And what we do is we actually divert supplies, we divert energy from our muscles, from our brain, into this battle. And most of us, if we're lucky, feel it. Other people don't even know it's happening. But so it's no wonder that these desk workers who quite honestly are eating a standard American diet, which is the perfect way to produce leaky gut, as I've written about before, they're burning up with the fire of inflammation, like I talk about in the book. They're using huge amounts of energy as if they were walking 8 to 10 miles every day. And that is actually the explanation on why the desk workers are using so much energy. It's for the wrong purpose.
So let me just try and summarize this briefly here. So it's the wrong type of food coming in, causing leaky gut, and then the energy required by the immune system to fight the food particles and things that are getting through the gut into the rest of the body.
Yeah, in fact, if you think about the last time food was rationed was during World War II. And why did we have food rationing? Well, it's because our troops needed, these supplies, this food far more than, those of us who were back on the home front. And so we rationed food so that the troops had the food. And our body does the exact same thing. Our body says, we only have so much food, and we've got a war going on, so we're going to ration the muscles, we're going to ration the brain, which are the big giant food hogs normally, and we're going to give it to the immune system because they need it. And that's where all of our energy going, number one. So leaky gut is a huge factor in all of this.
Okay. So by the sounds of it, we're going to have to take it a step back and look at what we're putting in our body. So you mentioned lectins there. I can't talk to Dr. Gundry without getting into lectins at least a little bit. I know we've talked about them in the past, but let's talk about lectins and some of the other big offenders that are causing the issue.
Yeah, so, I talk about there's really kind of 3 L's that are driving our energy crisis. And the first L is leaky gut. The second L is lectins, and lectins are part of the plant defense system against being eaten. And briefly, plants don't particularly want to be eaten. They certainly don't want their seeds, their babies, to be eaten. But their defense system, they can't run, they can't hide, they can't fight, as they are chemists of incredible ability. So they make sticky proteins that are called lectins. And these sticky proteins are actually designed to create leaky gut. And this was actually Dr. Fasano's research that proved that lectins cause leaky gut. Gluten happens to be a lectin, and gluten is way up there on the things that can cause leaky gut. The idea from a plant standpoint is that if you produce leaky gut, then this person, your predator, is going to have inflammation, is going to feel bad, is going to have is failing to thrive. And the smart predator says, gee, every time I eat these certain plants, my get up and go is got up and gone, like the book says. I don't feel good. I'm not reproducing right. I'm not going to eat these things. Plant wins, the animal wins, everybody's happy. Humans, unfortunately, are really stupid. And when we eat these things, we take antacids, which are their own troublemaker. We take Aleve or Advil, which are their own troublemakers, and we just compound the problem. So the third factor in all of this is what I call LPSs, lipopolysaccharides. And in my books, we call them little pieces of shit, because they actually are bacterial cell walls that can actually hop on fats, particularly fats, saturated fats, which are incredibly prevalent in our diet, and literally ride through the wall of our gut. And our immune system doesn't know the piece of bacteria from a living bacteria and assumes it's being invaded by bacteria. And so these three L's are the big drivers of our modern massive inflammation that goes on.
Let's stick on the LPS here for a bit and get into the nitty gritty on that. So, why is LPS created? Is that something our body's creating, or why is it there? And you mentioned saturated fat. Saturated fat, at least in moderation, can be considered, from a good source, part of a healthy diet. So, what do we do if that is part of our healthy diet to not have this issue?
So, normally we have, 100 trillion bacteria at any time in our gut. And those bacteria are growing and dividing. And bacteria die. And certain bacteria, certain dead bacteria, the walls are LPSs. And so those LPSs, interestingly enough, in general, can't get through the wall of our gut normally. But through, for lack of a better word, a design flaw, long-chain fatty acids, like most saturated fats, are absorbed through the wall of our gut on a carrier molecule called a chylomicron. And LPSs actually hide in this chylomicron and get through the wall of our gut without being discovered. And so they hitch a ride secretly. And so, interestingly enough, the more saturated fats you have in your diet, the more likely are that LPSs are going to be hitching rides through the wall of your gut. And that's why, and I agree with some of the, fat phobic doctors that one of the ways a low-fat diet may have some benefit, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a low-fat diet fan, is that these people are not getting LPSs coming through the wall of their gut. But you're right. There are different forms of fats, and there are different forms of saturated fats. I'm a huge fan of short and medium chain fatty acids. Many people know these as butyrate is a short chain fatty acid that I talk about extensively in the book as a postbiotic, and maybe we'll get into that a little bit later. And medium chain fatty acid, medium chain triglycerides, most people know them. They don't get absorbed with chylomicrons, so LPSs can't hop on those guys.
So that all makes sense. So coming back to, again, if somebody is going to include some saturated fat as part of a healthy diet, are they just basically screwed? Like, are they going to have the LPS coming through, or is it about repopulating that gut microbiome with better bacteria so you don't have those cell walls that are coming through? Just a little bit of hope for the omnivores out there that are eating good quality animal products that are going to have some saturated fat.
So yes and yes. So there's really good evidence that you can take healthy volunteers and you can take LPSs, which are not living bacteria. They are pieces of bacterial cell wall. And you can inject them into a volunteer's bloodstream, and that volunteer will go into septic shock. Their blood pressure will plummet. They will act as if they were infected with living bacteria because your immune system cannot tell the difference. And that's pretty exciting. Wim Hof, the Iceman, who I've had on my podcast, has shown that through his breathing techniques, he and those who he taught can withstand getting injected with LPSs without having septic shock. And so one of the things that's interesting, and I talk about this in the book, is we want to teach our immune system through not having leaky gut that things that are going to come across our border may not be as bad as they appear, and just kind of relax. On the other hand, if our immune system is hyperactivated because stuff is coming across our leaky gut all the time, then things that otherwise may not be that bad, we overreact to. Let me give you a classic example of that. 95% of humans are born with an antibody, and we now know lots about antibodies because of COVID-19, are born with a preformed antibody against the peanut lectin. So 95% of us have an antibody that says this little lectin is a troublemaker. And yet, when I was growing up, nobody had a peanut allergy. Peanuts were everywhere. No kid was carrying an EpiPen to school because some kid might have peanut butter on his sandwich. What happened? Well, it's because back then, most of us didn't have leaky gut. Most of our immune systems weren't hyperactivated to look at anything foreign and get all riled up about it. So even though most of us had an antibody against peanuts, our immune system went, yeah, I know that guy. He's not a real troublemaker. But now our immune systems are always on guard 24 hours a day. So even an LPS, which 50 years ago might not have been a big thing, now is, oh my gosh, we're under attack. And on the same vein, most of us now have been preaching that the reason people with pre-existing conditions are such a setup for a bad outcome with COVID-19 is because those people inadvertently have leaky gut as the cause of their pre-existing condition. And their immune systems are hyperactivated. And so when they get something like COVID-19, they get this cytokine storm, which would normally not happen if your immune system was in its normal functioning status. And I've been preaching this for over a year now, is that, Hippocrates said 2,500 years ago, all disease begins in the gut. And we now know that all chronic diseases begin in the gut, and they begin from chronic inflammation, and that chronic inflammation is coming from leaky gut.
I want to get to leaky gut and how we can fix it. But first, let's come back to lectins. And you've talked about gluten. You've talked about lectin from peanuts. What other lectins do we have to be aware of?
So the major lectins are usually on the hulls of grains. So brown rice has a major lectin, quinoa has a major lectin, buckwheat has a major lectin. There's only two grains that have no hulls, and they are millet and sorghum. So they actually are lectin-free, and they're perfectly safe to eat. The nightshade family, the peels and seeds of tomatoes, eggplant, bell peppers, and potatoes, and even goji berries are another big source of lectins. Peanuts are not a nut, they're a bean, and cashews are not a nut. And cashews have a number of lectins that are really mischievous. So beans in general have some of the highest lectin content of any food. That's why if you have a slow cooker at home, when you bought your slow cooker, there was a label on the slow cooker saying, warning, do not cook beans in the slow cooker, because there is not enough temperature to destroy the lectins in beans. Pressure cooking, on the other hand, destroys almost all lectins except for gluten. And pressure cooking will not break the gluten protein.
So let's get into how serious this is. I mean, what if I go over to a friend's house, I'm being served, a healthy meal that I know is containing lectins? Is this an all or nothing thing, or is it like, okay, I'm having one meal, and getting other benefits, being with community, like I can go back to my regular low lectin plan later? Basically, how many lectins does it take to cause issues like with leaky gut?
Yeah, so that depends. And it depends really on a number of factors that I've written about in the Plant Paradox. Normally, if you were a traditional culture, number one, you would prepare foods to detoxify lectins, either through fermentation processes or multiple soakings and changes of water and long, prolonged cooking. And traditional cultures have always figured this out. For instance, the Italians always peel and de-seed their tomatoes before they make tomato sauce because they've learned that that's where, the lectins are. On the other hand, most traditional cultures have a really robust, diverse microbiome, and the microbiome is a major defensive wall against lectins. The bugs actually like lectins. We actually have bacteria that enjoy eating gluten, thinks gluten's delicious. And our widespread use of antibiotics, either that we personally have taken or that's in most of our animal products, has wiped out the diversity of our microbiome. So we're now on the fourth string defensive line, and all of our first, second, and third stringers are out injured or on the injured reserve list. And it's no wonder, the linebackers are sacking my quarterback every time, because we just don't have those defense systems. And, it's a war between plants and their predators, and it's actually a pretty doggone good balance. Now, to answer your question, most of us, if we have a diverse microbiome, if we don't have leaky gut, can withstand the occasional assault from heavy lectin-containing foods. But what's so fascinating with my practice in autoimmune disease patients is one little harmless cheat usually sets us back wide open. And that's unfortunate, but it's how folks with autoimmune disease have to play the game. But again, getting back to the energy paradox, the more we can actually have a diverse microbiome, the more we can give our microbiome the things they want to eat, the better our defense system is.
I really want to get into the microbiome in a deep way. But first, let's talk about a specific lectin we brought up a couple of times, and that's gluten. And in the book, you talk about how, and I'm guessing this is for a healthy individual, you don't recommend totally cutting that out of the diet. Talk about why that is.
Well, again, we do have gluten-eating bacteria that would normally be a part of our microbiome. And I've seen a number of people who, have the severe forms of gluten intolerance, celiac disease, that have eliminated gluten in their diet, but then gluten sneaks back into their diet. And quite honestly, I'm friends with a number of James Beard Award-winning chefs, and to a person, they will tell me and you that you cannot eat gluten-free in a restaurant. It's impossible, even if your waiter tells you that the restaurant can do gluten-free. And I won't go into why that is, but it's pretty true. So inadvertently, most of us are exposed to gluten, even small amounts of it in our daily lives. So that if you don't have a set of gluten-eating bugs, for instance, you're a setup for even this tiny amount of gluten to cause you trouble. So again, the more we can fortify our microbiome, the more, diversity we can promote, the better off we are to protect ourselves with what's going to come through our mouths.
Okay. So once we get the trace mineral supplement, let's stick on this supplement piece. You open that up with talking about how depleted the soils are and how long they've been depleted. It's not just a new thing. What are some of the other supplements when you're working with patients that you recommend to them to at least consider?
Well, first of all, and I have to get on a soapbox about this every time, we are profoundly vitamin D deficient. Almost all Americans are deficient in vitamin D. And vitamin D really isn't a vitamin, it's actually a hormone. And vitamin D controls so much about what's going to happen to us. I could write a book alone about how important vitamin D. Let me just say this. The University of California, San Diego has a very large vitamin D research unit. And they have written, and I certainly agree with them, that the average American needs 9,600 international units of vitamin D a day to have an adequate level. That's 10,000 international units or 250 micrograms. The average American, they have never seen vitamin D toxicity up to 40,000 international units a day. I certainly never have. I have some people with really leaky gut and a number of autoimmune diseases that will use 45,000 international units a day to get their vitamin D levels up. Personally, if I feel I'm coming down with something, I've got a scratchy throat or runny nose, I'll take 150,000 international units a day of vitamin D3 for 3 days. That's literally 500,000 international units. And I've been doing that for well over 20 years, and I'm not dead yet. So Dr. Hollick from Boston University, who lost his professorship he's a dermatologist for telling people to go out in the sun without sunscreen. That's another story. He's only seen vitamin D toxicity once in his entire career, and that was in a physician who by accident, because of a mislabeling from a compounding pharmacy, was taking 1 million international units a day for 6 months. So, the myth of vitamin D toxicity is rampant. It's amazing how important vitamin D is in cancer prevention. It's the most important gut healing compound ever discovered. And yet I have well-meaning oncologists, cancer doctors who go apoplectic when they see my patient's vitamin D level of 80, which I think is too low. And they go, oh my gosh, you've got to stop your vitamin D. It's killing you. It's lethal. And yet, for instance, the Cleveland Clinic and Quest believe correctly that 150 nanograms per milliliter of vitamin D is normal, as in normal, not toxic. And we just have to catch up with the research on this.
Well, when it comes to supplements, it becomes really confusing for a lot of reasons. One, we can't all agree on what the optimal level in the body you just discussed. It's wide ranging how much what experts think we're trying to actually get to. 2 is people don't necessarily get the information of what to take. And then 3, quality is a problem. So you can see how compounded synergistically, I feel for people. How are they supposed to get to the right level? It would take, in our current world, it takes a lot to figure it all out.
I got to tell you, I have a ton of patients who go to Costco and buy their vitamin D. And quite frankly, it works just fine. Never seen a problem with it. So when before I had a supplement company, I did not sell supplements to my patients. I still don't sell supplements to my patients. I don't have any of my supplements in any of my 3 offices. They go, well, I want you to sell it to me. I said, no, I'm just as happy if you go to Costco or Trader Joe's. But, I'll tell you, I think mine's better. But, hey, Costco works. How do I know? Because I've got 5,000 patients on Costco vitamin D, and it works just fine.
Okay, but that's for vitamin D. Do you feel the same about their fish oil? To me, there's vitamin D is one thing, but then when you get into fish oils, like I don't even know how they do it with their Kirkland brand if they just white label different things, but like it's very nuanced and there's such a difference in quality. And there's been even research out there showing that some supplements are mislabeled what's actually in the supplement. So
That's very true.
quality obviously needs to be a concern. So how do people decipher all that?
Yeah, well, we measure omega-3 indexes in all of our patients, and the omega-3 index looks at the amount of EPA and DHA that's attached to your red blood cells for the 2 months prior to the test. And what we found is at a bare minimum to get a adequate omega-3 index, you need about 1,000 milligrams of DHA per day. And I tell my patients, look, I don't care particularly how you get that DHA, but I do care that you get about 1,000 milligrams because that'll get us an adequate omega-3 index. Now, why do you want an adequate omega-3 index? And I've written about this in all my books. If you look at people with their omega-3 index, people who have the highest omega-3 index as they age have the biggest brains and the biggest areas of memory, the hippocampus. People who have the lowest omega-3 index have the literal most shrunken brains and the smallest areas of memory. And sadly, we see a number of well-meaning vegan patients, and I have a lot of vegan patients, who just have absolutely, zero omega-3 indexes, despite the fact that they're downing flaxseed oil like water. And they don't realize that we have a very poor system of converting short-chain omega-3 fats into long-chain omega-3 fats like DHA. And we're not a fish, unfortunately. But it's easy to read the back of a label. Now, some of the Costco products have so little DHA that you'd have to consume, exaggerating, 20 capsules a day. Some Costco products you can consume 4 capsules a day and get an adequate level. A lot of people don't want to consume four capsules a day, and some of those are horse pills. I make a vegan product that will get you little tiny guys, and it'll get you adequate DHA and EPA and DPA, but that's another subject. So
when I start thinking about Costco, though, my head goes to quality. Like, what other ingredients are in those supplements? It's one thing if you're getting your DHA up to that level on the omega-3 index, but like, how are you doing it? Are these farmed fish and they put all these other filler oils and what do they use in the capsules? For me, I just, one sec here. For me, I'm concerned about all that, like a farm fish versus a wild fish versus what's in these as fillers and what's a capsule made out of. Like I'm figured, and I'm guessing you take it to that same level. You care about all those steps and pieces.
Right, but those products, for instance, at Costco are molecularly distilled. And one thing you can do is look for the USP label on a lot of the Costco products. And those have been third-party tested. For instance, all Gundry MD products we send out to a third-party tester that we have no relationship and say, hey, is what we say in here in there? And most of the quality companies, let's just put it that way, send their products out for third-party testing so that what we say is in there is actually in there. And if it's not in there, we're not going to sell it.
All right, so let's leave the quality piece and come back to dosage, because I think this is an area, for me, I've struggled with this when it comes to fish oil for quite a while. And I like the way you put it with the 1,000 milligrams of DHA. It makes it really easy for people because there's different dosages on the bottle and who knows who comes up with that. And if there are other fillers and stuff like that, I really like the simplicity of looking at DHA, making sure whatever dose you're taking, you're getting that 1,000 milligrams. But do you think about other pieces of that as well, like the EPA?
I'm not too worried about EPA. I am far more worried about DHA because our brain is about 70% fat. And interestingly enough, half of it is DHA. The other half, which surprises almost everybody, is that evil, nasty omega-6 fat arachidonic acid. Half of our brain's fat is arachidonic acid. And my goodness, if arachidonic acid was so bad for you and evil and inflammatory, then why the heck is half of our brain made from arachidonic acid? And why is it in Japanese studies that just like the levels of DHA are critically important for looking at brain health, the levels of arachidonic acid is also critically important for brain health. And we have active enzyme steps to try and take short chain omega-3 and omega-6 fats and make them long chain omega-6 and omega-3 fats. And we're trying our darndest to get them up to arachidonic acid and DHA. We have those steps, and we know that 2 of the essential fatty acids are short-chain omega-3s, alpha-linolenic acid, and short-chain omega-6, linoleic acid. Now, unfortunately, we've gotten that all screwed up in how we're using various seed oils and how we feed our animals. But the fact remains, we have a very active enzyme system to try and get these things up to arachidonic acid and DHA, because that's what our brain is built from. And there's easy ways to get arachidonic acid. One of the easiest ways is egg yolks. Another really easy way is shellfish.
So if people are incorporating those on a regular basis as part of their diet, are they getting enough?
Yeah, it looks like it. There's no great simplistic ways for testing for arachidonic acid like there is for the omega-3 index. You can get serum arachidonic acid tests, and you can get serum omega-3 DHA tests. The problem with serum tests is that basically tells you what you had to eat yesterday. And it's very unreliable. A lot of companies will base their omega-3 index on serum levels rather than red blood cell levels. And that's, to me, a real disservice to people who are interested in their health.
How do you feel about cod liver oil? This has been one that's been in the health realm for a long time. I feel like it doesn't have a lot of momentum behind it right now, but are you a fan?
Yeah. In fact, I think one of the easiest ways, particularly for families with kids, is to use a flavored cod liver oil in salad dressings. The interesting thing about cod liver oil, unlike when I was growing up, it was the nastiest, awfulest stuff that my parents had to hide in orange juice. Current cod liver oil is really flavorless. It does not have a fishy taste. And I've surprised dinner guests with serving them a salad dressing made with cod liver oil. And, they're raving about this. Oh, this is delicious. What's your secret? And I go, cod liver oil. And what? So it's actually a really easy way. And the nice thing about cod liver oil, even though on the back of, for instance, a brand that I recommend, Carlson's, and I have no relationship with them, it'll say a teaspoon is all you need to get the levels. It's usually a tablespoon. The other problem with cod liver oil is once you open it, you got to refrigerate it. It goes bad very quickly. It goes rancid. Fish smell fishy because of the omega-3s going rancid. So that, for a lot of my patients, is great for them, but then they start forgetting it. It's in the refrigerator and it's not part of their regimen. and we'll have some really great results, and we'll be, happy. And then the next 3 months comes up, and their omega-3 index has fallen, and I'm going, what's the deal? Were you traveling? Blah, blah, blah. And they go, oh, that's right. I forgot my cod liver oil. It's in the refrigerator. And it's just not where I'm thinking about it.
How good of a source of DHA is cod liver? Is it something
It's
you want
great.
to overlap with your other fish oil, or do you kind of go back and forth?
No, boy, you can use cod liver oil. The downside of cod liver oil, which cod liver oil does have a lot of vitamin A, and vitamin A is really good for us. Interestingly enough, cod liver oil really got started in the turn of the century, the previous century, as a miracle cure for just about everything. In fact, I have several old medical textbooks that have huge chapters devoted to the miracle of cod liver oil. And people would supplement with cod liver oil for arthritis, for rheumatism, which was what it was called back then. Kids were supplemented with it for dental caries. There's some fascinating papers. And just as a fun aside, it turns out that snake oil has huge amounts of long-chain omega-3 fats. And that snake oil actually was really good for you. Now, unfortunately, snake oil salesmen did not exactly sell snake oil. So when people accuse me of being a snake oil salesman, I view that as a badge of honor, because snake oil was full of omega-3 fats.
How did snake oil salesmen, I don't know if you know the history there, how did it take on that bad association?
Well, they would put other ingredients that had nothing to do with snakes. It's hard to kill a lot of snakes to get enough snake oil. It's a lot easier to kill a lot of fish to get fish oil.
All right, so let's zoom back on supplements as a whole. So far we have minerals, and we know Gundry has products that have those, vitamin D, and fish oils. What other supplements do people want to consider when they want to, we'll use the general healthy person or somebody that's striving for health without any major issues? What would they want to include as part of their maintenance?
Well, I think one of the things that Bill Sardi, before he died this past year of COVID, by the way, was a huge advocate for was a kind of continuous vitamin C. Most people, I hope, know that we're one of the few animals that don't make our own vitamin C. Vitamin C requires 5 enzymes. There are 5 genes that most animals carry that make enzymes that convert glucose into vitamin C. So the starting backbone of vitamin C is actually sugar, glucose. And we have 4 of those genes, but the 5th gene to complete the process is what's called a ghost gene. It's turned off, it's silenced. Great apes, New World monkeys, and guinea pigs are the animals that don't manufacture vitamin C. When animals are under stress, their vitamin C production goes sky high. Why don't we make it? Well, the theory is that our diet was so rich in vitamin C containing plants, particularly fruits in the jungle, that it would be silly to waste glucose in the manufacture of vitamin C if we've already got it. We're very efficient creatures. And the theory is, if you block vitamin C production, you'll save some glucose and you can store it as fat, and that would actually be beneficial. So what? Well, vitamin C, among other things, is critical for recycling glutathione into its antioxidant form. And without vitamin C, you really have a hard time recycling glutathione. Now, I've written in the last 2 books that we really only have 2 antioxidants in our mitochondria, glutathione and melatonin. And so recycling glutathione into its active form is a pretty good idea. And vitamin C, among other things, does that. So what Bill Sardi did was, hey, let's make a mouse model of a human, and let's delete that final gene in a mouse, and so make it a ghost gene so that the mouse can't manufacture vitamin C. And then grow those mice and see how long they live. And those mice only live about half as long as a normal mouse without that vitamin C. So then you go, well, are you sure that's why they didn't live so long? Well, you put vitamin C in their drinking water, and lo and behold, they live as long as a mouse that manufactures vitamin C. So Bill Sardi used to always say, he said, if you extrapolate that data, then a human being potentially could live 250 years if we continuously made vitamin C. Interesting. So I think he's right about that. Again, we know that animals under stress make huge amounts of vitamin C. One of the things that I've studied as a heart surgeon that I've written about, smokers, back in the good old days when everybody smoked, they were skinny, and most of the people I operated on for coronary artery disease blockages were smokers. And the interesting thing about these guys was, number one, they were thin, which made it pleasant to operate on them. And number two, their blockages in their coronary arteries were in the first part of their coronary arteries, where coronary arteries bend when the heart beats. And after those blockages, their blood vessels were gorgeous. They were pristine. They were perfect. So we got a skinny patient. We got great blood vessels down the line where we're going to make a bypass. And man, we thought we were, it was a wonderful day when we had a smoker. Why did they get blockages proximally? Well, it turns out when blood vessels bend, we have collagen in our blood vessels, and that collagen is basically the rebar in our blood vessels. And when blood vessels bend, that collagen breaks, and you have little pieces of collagen sticking out in the blood vessel lumen. Vitamin C is actually essential for re-knitting that collagen back together and making the rebar again. If you don't have vitamin C, then that collagen kind of never gets re-knit, and you start putting plaque on it. Smoking is bad for you because of the oxidative stress, and that oxidative stress uses up what little vitamin C we have. And so these smokers were very vitamin C deficient, and that's how they ended up having these blockages. So if you had a continuous supply of vitamin C, like many of the blue zones who are big-time smokers, you can actually overcome some of the negative effects of smoking that I write about in the last book, Unlocking the Keto Code. Nicotine is really good for you. And don't go home saying Dr. Gundry wants everybody to smoke or use a nicotine patch. It's also very addictive. But nicotine is one of the best mitochondrial uncouplers ever discovered. And strangely enough, most of the blue zones, with the exception of Loma Linda, where I was a professor, one of their benefits is that they're smokers. Surprise, surprise.
You mentioned the uncoupling with the nicotine. Anything healthier that has that, say, I know there's a lot of mitochondrial uncouplers. We got into this a lot on our last conversation, but is there anything to simplify that whole thing for people? Is there anything people can take in a healthy realm instead of nicotine to get that benefit?
Yeah, well, one of the easiest things is meal skipping, time-restricted eating. You will generate ketones during that, and ketones are actually a great mitochondrial uncoupler. You can have a cup of green tea, which I'm having right now, or a cup of black coffee. And there, I just uncoupled some of my mitochondria with polyphenols in green tea, or with the caffeine or the polyphenols in black coffee. So, and interestingly enough, people in Greece, Sicario, one of the blue zones, they drink huge amounts of boiled coffee, and the longer the coffee grounds are in contact with water, the more polyphenols are imparted into that water. And one of the reasons we think that they're so long-lived is the amount of high polyphenol coffee they drink.
Coming back to the vitamin C piece, when I think about vitamin C, and I think this is in a number of different supplements, the fact that you can get food-based versus synthetic. And in vitamin C's case, that's ascorbic acid. So how do you feel about taking a supplement, we'll use vitamin C, in a whole food form versus a synthetic?
Well, since it would be virtually impossible to get enough vitamin C in whole food form, just get yourself some timed release vitamin C. If you want to have it made out of, fruits and vegetables, that's fine with me. But the long story short is, either take time release vitamin C, about 1,000 milligrams twice a day, or, like Bill Sardi suggested, which is not a bad idea, get yourself some chewable forms of vitamin C, about 500 milligrams, and chew it about 4 times a day. Vitamin C, unfortunately, is a water-soluble vitamin, and we excrete it very rapidly. So 3-4 hours after you swallow it, it's pretty much gone. Why not have it as a glass of orange juice? Well, there's beautiful studies that Linus Pauling did in the 1950s, looking at giving healthy volunteers a glass of orange juice. And these people's immune system, their white blood cells, were suppressed for 5.5 hours after a single glass of orange juice. And if you're thinking that you need your vitamin C from your orange juice to help you fight infections, I don't think I want to suppress my white blood cells for 5.5 hours to get my glass of vitamin C rich orange juice.
And I'm assuming that's because of the sugar content?
Sugar content. Yeah.
To make sure we're complete and comprehensive here, again, I'm a patient coming in to see you. What other supplements would you want them to consider?
Well, I've written a number of papers about the benefits of polyphenols in making blood vessels flexible. There is an old expression in longevity that you are only as young as your blood vessels are flexible. And we have a number of ways that we can measure this in the clinic, either with blood tests or with devices called an endopath. And you want your blood vessels to be not lined with, I'm old enough to remember what was called fly paper, stickiness. In terms of causing heart disease, you have to really have 2 things. You have to have inflammation on the inside of blood vessels, and you have to have cholesterol that's oxidized, that's interested in sticking to inflammation. And I've written a number of papers that show that polyphenols in, for example, grapeseed extract, in what's called pycnogenol, French maritime tree bark, actually reverses stickiness in blood vessels and actually promotes flexibility in blood vessels. And those are just 2 examples, but I think most people need to supplement with a few concentrated forms of polyphenols. And a lot of them will do the job. It just so happens when I started this that things like grapeseed extract and pycnogenol were readily available at Trader Joe's and Costco even. And so we'd send folks out for these things and then look at what happened to them. And lo and behold, things got a whole lot better. And then a lot of people would go, oh, okay, my blood vessels are great now, and I'm not sticky on my blood vessels, so I don't need these things anymore. And so they'd stop taking them. And 3 months later, we'd measure them and go, what the heck? You had such beautiful blood vessels, and they weren't sticky, and now they're all sticky again. And they go, oh, well, I didn't know I needed to keep taking that. You just told me, and it was fine, so I stopped doing it. And so then we'd go, okay, back on it. We'll see in 3 months. Lo and behold, it was fine again. And so we'd publish these results. So I guess one of the points is, I'm a guy who used to think supplements made expensive urine. I really did. But through the years, we've actually been able to measure the effect of supplements on either blood level or something that we wanted to see flexibility. And they don't make expensive urine.
In the example you gave there with patients, coming off those supplements and then their levels dipping, it sounds like for polyphenols, we need to consider and take a supplement to make sure we're getting enough. But do you find certain people that are eating certain diets and have a healthy enough lifestyle, and they're eating, a wide range of healthy vegetables and fruits and healthy protein? The way I understand it, polyphenols, they mostly come from plants.
Correct.
But if it is in different color plants, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if people are eating a wide range of colorful plants, do they need to supplement on top of that, do you find?
Well, hunter-gatherers, the last that are remaining in general, consume up to 250 different plant species on a rotating basis throughout the year. And if you think the average, even organic eater is usually only consuming about 20 different fruits and vegetables. So if you think that you can acquire the polyphenols that hunter-gatherers do in 250 different plants, eating an organic diet, I have oceanfront property here in Palm Springs to sell you right now. I really don't think it can be done. You can certainly try, but again, our soils are just so decimated. The other thing that's fascinating, looking at long-lived people, is a lot of these people, as I write about in the last book and in the upcoming book, these are sheep and goat herders. And one of the really interesting things about these people is they will actively feed their goats and sheep various herbs that they literally go and gather and literally hand feed them. And you go, well, what the heck are they doing that for? Well, you are what you eat, but you are what the thing you're eating ate. And so these guys are using their animals as conduits for polyphenols that they might not otherwise eat in quantity, but these animals put these polyphenols in their milk. And interestingly, they put it in their flesh when they eat them. In fact, years ago, the Swiss did a fascinating study looking at active polyphenols in cheeses. And they looked at the polyphenol content in cheeses that were made from cows grazing in high alpine meadows during the spring and fall versus cows that were kept on fodder down below. And there was like 10 times more active polyphenols in these cows that were grazed on high alpine pastures. And back in the good old days, there was actually a law to make Parmesan cheese. You could only make Parmesan cheese from spring and fall grass-fed cows. And you couldn't declare it Parmesan cheese in summer or winter because they were fed fodder. Now, economics being what it is, you can make Parmesan cheese year-round. Now, and still label it Parmesan cheese, Parmigiano Reggiano. But it's really interesting how these cultures, and I talk about this extensively in the new book, knew that there was something that was beneficial by doing all this. And they were, how they knew, I think they just felt better. But they knew. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about in the new book. How
so
he's
fascinating.
It.
So we know polyphenols can be taken in by the animal, passed to us through dairy. Do they get in the meat as well? Just to clarify that.
Yeah. And we think that that's a number of reasons why carnivores actually acquired their polyphenols from the products that they ate. And in fact, one of the fascinating things, and I wrote about this long ago, you watch a great carnivore, like a lion, they actually eat the insides out first. And they actually eat all the guts, including the gut contents first. And even hunter-gatherers actually spend a lot of time consuming the innards of the animals they kill. And they even roll in it. They smear their bodies with this stuff. So that's, you go, and for instance, I have 4 dogs. It's spring. My dogs love the little fine, fresh little grass. They'll seek it out. They'll pull me, oh, let's go get some of that stuff. Now, if they want to throw up, they eat, mature grass. But they're looking, the little stuff doesn't have very many lectins, and they're looking for these plant compounds.
Just as a little caveat, as we talk about quality of meat in containing polyphenols, the potential there, it gets me thinking back to when we were talking about fish oils. And just to re-highlight that point I was trying to make before, this is why I'm a little bit weary about brands like Kirkland, because if we know that the meat is so influenced and then the oil that's pressed from that by what the animals ate, we need to follow that all the way back if we want to be certain that we're getting good quality. And again, that's why I'm just a little bit wary about brands from Costco.
Yeah, you're looking for small fish. You're looking for anchovies, sardines, Mad Haddon, and it'll show on the label where it came from. You don't want large fish oil.
But what about fish that are farmed and they're fed like whatever they feed them, grains and versus fish that are caught in the wild?
That's a great question, but it's interesting. We now are sadly realizing that farm-raised salmon don't make much omega-3 fats. They actually are fed corn and soybeans primarily, and they make now omega-6 fats from that, sadly. So back in the good old days, farmed fish were actually fed ground-up fish, and it became far too expensive to do that. In fact, I trained in London, England for a year back in the 80s in children's surgery. And the English had such amount of fish that they actually fed their chickens fish meal, ground up fish meal. And I wrote about this in one of my books, 2 young children, and they really missed Kentucky Fried Chicken. And the first Kentucky Fried Chicken opened in London. And so we got on, and my kids were excited. They were 5 and 7. And they said, oh, boy, let's go get for Kentucky Fried Chicken. And we got on the tube, and we went out there, and they both bit into a leg. And they go, oh, this isn't chicken, this is fish. And I go, no. And then look, it's a chicken leg. Look, that's a chicken. No, you fooled us. It's fish. Well, the fish, the chicken was what it ate, and it ate fish. And it was literally a fish. The flesh was translucent, and it literally smelled like fish.
So let's talk about first what polyphenols are and how we go about getting those into the diet to have this uncoupling effect.
Yeah, I've been interested in polyphenols for actually 25 years now, and I used to present at the World Congress of Polyphenols every year until COVID. But polyphenols, and of course, so many of my products at Gundry MD are polyphenol based. Polyphenols are compounds that plants generate to protect their mitochondria, which are called chloroplasts, from sun damage, from environmental damage, from stress. And believe it or not, just like for us, we're dependent on oxygen to generate ATP. And at the same time, oxygen is incredibly damaging to mitochondria because of reactive oxygen species and free radicals. Same way with plants. They depend on photons from sunlight, but sunlight and photons are extremely damaging to their mitochondria, their chloroplasts. So they produce polyphenols, which are these bright colored compounds. The yellows, the oranges, the reds, the purples, the blues. Fun fact, in the fall in Ottawa, you see polyphenols in the trees. Those were there all along, except the green from all the chlorophyll kind of hid them. And when the leaf dies, now all you see is those gorgeous polyphenols. So how do polyphenols work? Well, it turns out that polyphenols uncouple the mitochondria of plants. So it prevents them from damaging themselves. Fast forward, when we eat polyphenols, number one, polyphenols are not well absorbed, but they provide fabulous prebiotic fiber for our gut microbiome. And the gut microbiome, in turn, converts those polyphenols into absorbable compounds. And the polyphenols, in turn, uncouple our mitochondria. And I think I said it on one part. I keep singing The Circle of Life from Disney's The Lion King because, eating the rainbow of vegetables, in fact, should be rephrased eating polyphenols, because the rainbow are the polyphenols that you're getting the benefit from, and they came from plants. And that's another reason that the high-fat, boring ketogenic diet has been shown to have some pretty long-term bad effects, because you don't get any polyphenols that you should be getting by eating plants and this rainbow. I think the most dramatic example that really headed me down the rabbit hole again is a phenol-containing compound called 2,4-dinitrophenol. There's the word phenol. Back in World War I, it was noted that munition workers in France and Germany who were making artillery shells and gunpowder were incredibly skinny, even though they ate a lot of food, and they couldn't keep weight on. And interestingly enough, they ran a temperature. And nobody quite figured out why this happened until the 1920s, when a compound called 2,4-dinitrophenol, DNP, was discovered in the making of gunpowder, and lo and behold, DNP increased the metabolic rate of these individuals. Are we sensing a theme here? Some researchers at Stanford in 1930 said, oh my gosh, these individuals were really skinny and their metabolic rate went up. This is the greatest weight loss compound of all time. So they began prescribing DNP to over 100,000 Americans, and worldwide a lot more. And it was miraculous. If you took a low-dose DNP, you would lose a pound a week, no matter what you did. At higher doses, you would lose 5 pounds per week. I mean, whoa! I mean, miraculous. Unfortunately, there was a downside. People ran high temperatures. They began to have thyroid dysfunction. They developed cataracts, and this was before cataract surgery. And as I like to joke, it'd be great fitting into that skinny dress, but you can't see yourself in the mirror because you got cataracts. And then people started dying. So in 1938, the FDA, as one of its actually first official acts, banned DNP for sale. And that ended the DNP, except on the dark web, you can still find DNP. But what they found, and they didn't realize this until 1978, that DNP was the first oral mitochondrial uncoupler. And it worked by aggressively uncoupling mitochondria. Why did people die? When you took a huge amount, you uncoupled mitochondria so much that the cells literally could not make enough ATP to survive, and people died. So, like I talk about with these compounds, you want to find the Goldilocks rule. You want the little dab will do you, so the whole idea that phenols uncouple mitochondria came out of DNP in the 1930s.
Just to make sure I understand this correctly, when it comes to polyphenols, you mentioned there that they're not absorbed readily. Do any of them make it through into the bloodstream and to different cells throughout the body and eventually to the mitochondria to uncouple? Or is it all through the gut bacteria?
About 10% of polyphenols are absorbed. And one of the things that I mentioned in the book, which really blew my mind years ago at this polyphenol meeting, the head of this group is Marvin Endes from Paris. And he addressed all of us in Lisbon one year. And there are 1,000 researchers in the room. And he said, anybody who actually thinks that polyphenols are antioxidants can leave the room right now, because I don't have time to catch you up on what polyphenols really do. And that just blew me away because, in polyphenols, we talk about ORAC numbers, oxygen radical absorbing capacity. And that's the ability of polyphenols to absorb oxygen radicals. And he says, no, that's not what they do, you morons. They're not antioxidants. They're uncouplers. And get over it. We've gotten this all wrong. So, yeah, you can get a little bit of absorption of polyphenols, but most of the action actually comes from their being converted by gut bacteria into their active compounds.
And when you say active compounds, is that the short chain
still
fatty
polyphenols.
acids, or they're
No,
still polyphenols?
They're still
Got it.
polyphenols, correct.
Well, let's stick on the gut bacteria for a while then. I just, segued us into the short chain fatty acids. This is another, reason that we need to maintain the gut microbiome. There's still polyphenols. When polyphenols get ingested through the diet, they help us get those, into the body, uncoupling the mitochondria. But then separately, when we take good care of our microbiome, it's going to make these short chain fatty acids, and then those are uncouplers as well. So everything's just tying itself together here. So talk about how that process works.
So when you feed gut bacteria, gut buddies that I call them, what they want to eat, which are soluble fibers. And soluble fibers are actually pretty easy to obtain in the diet. Interestingly enough, most polyphenol-containing foods also have soluble fibers in them. But the class of vegetables, which are called the chicory family of vegetables, like radicchio, some people call it the Italian red lettuce. It's not lettuce at all. Chicory, frisee, Belgian endive. I use Belgian endive as a dipping chip for my guacamole, which is great for you. And oh, by the way, guacamole has a lot of soluble fiber. So the chicory family is great. Asparagus is loaded with soluble fiber. Most tubers, like jicama, is loaded with soluble fiber. Inulin is probably the best soluble fiber there is. You can buy inulin as a powder. It has a slight sweet taste. You can sweeten things with inulin. So it's easy to get soluble fiber in our diet. The bacteria eat the soluble fiber. They ferment it. They then turn these into what are now called postbiotics. And I spent the last book, The Energy Paradox, extolling the virtues of postbiotics. Postbiotics are literally a communication system between our gut bacteria and our mitochondria. And some of the most exciting postbiotics are these short-chain fatty acids. Many people have heard of butyric acid or butyrate. Fun fact, butter is named after butyric acid because there's a little bit of butyric acid in butter. Not much. Sorry, Dave Asprey, my buddy. There's not much in butter. But that's where the word came from. Butyric acid is actually a mitochondrial uncoupler in itself. Plus, butyric acid is actually the substrate for the ketone beta-hydroxybutyrate, BHB, which is one of the main ketone bodies. And it just happens to be the substrate. But butyrate can uncouple mitochondria just as effectively as ketone bodies. Another fun thing that bacterial fermentation makes is another short-chain fatty acid called acetate. And there's another one called propionate. Acetate, most people know as acetic acid, vinegar. And acetic acid also uncouples mitochondria. So, apple cider vinegar. The miracle weight loss of apple cider vinegar is that the acetic acid in apple cider vinegar uncouples mitochondria. Balsamic vinegar. Put a little balsamic vinegar or apple cider vinegar in some San Pellegrino sparkling water, and you've got, your own uncoupling water for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And you uncouple every time you have it. Put vinegar in your salad. You uncouple your mitochondria. When you start looking at what all of these health things do, it all comes down to just one thing. They all uncouple mitochondria. Cool.
So you talked about the short chain fatty acids there. What about the gases those bacteria make? Is that part of the uncoupling as well?
Yeah, it turns out that we now recognize that there are gasomessengers that are the gases that these bacteria make during fermentation. And they are as simple as hydrogen gas. Believe it or not, methane is an uncoupler. Believe it or not, carbon dioxide is actually an uncoupler that I get into, and why carbon dioxide uncouples neurons very effectively. And hydrogen sulfide, which is thought to be toxic, is actually a major uncoupler that these bacteria produce. And this, nitric oxide is another mitochondrial uncoupler. And the discovery of these postbiotic gases won the Nobel Prize for Medicine in 2012. So it's not a fanciful idea. And as I talked about in the previous book, if you look, Japanese research found that people with Parkinson's disease have a gut microbiome that doesn't produce hydrogen gas, whereas people who don't have Parkinson's disease have a gut microbiome that produces hydrogen gas. So they actually gave hydrogen dissolved in water, to these people with Parkinson's, and their Parkinson's symptoms got better, showing that it was the hydrogen that was actually doing something to the neurons in their brain, which was uncoupling them. So it all starts to, the whole thing kind of starts coming together.
Earlier, we went deep on MCT oil and how you can use that as a tool to make ketones. And again, that would be an uncoupler. But what about taking ketones, exogenous ketones, as a supplement and going right to the ketone step and bypassing MCT oil? Does that work as well?
Yeah, it does work. The problem is it is incredibly short time limited. You get a bang and it's gone. I've used these things. I've tried every one on the market. Quite frankly, the ketone esters taste awful. I don't know if you've ever tried them, but and they're really expensive. The ketone salts are very palatable, but the problem with them is you just get this little bang and then they're gone. So you actually have to have them throughout the day, nearly constantly. And they're expensive, and you actually get a significant salt load if you keep doing it. So yeah, you can do it, and I mention it in the book, but it's so much easier just to use MCT or goat yogurt or sheep yogurt or goat and sheep cheeses.
Let's get into a couple of the other lifestyle factors. We went into fasting and how that can lead to the uncoupling through ketones. Let's talk about cold and hot therapy. These have become quite popular through saunas and cold water exposure and cold water showers. This is another way through lifestyle you can have an impact on the mitochondria. I'd love for you to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was a professor and chairman of cardiothoracic surgery at Loma Linda University for much of my early career, we developed techniques to protect the heart during bypass surgery or even during heart transplantation. And we learned that if we cut off the blood supply to the heart momentarily for about 5 minutes, you would then, and reperfuse the heart, you actually produce what were called heat shock proteins. And we knew that heat shock proteins protected the heart cells from damage during a long period when they didn't have any oxygen. Little did we know that heat shock proteins actually work by uncoupling mitochondria. So it protects them from damage. Fast forward to saunas. Saunas generate heat shock proteins. And lo and behold, saunas uncouple mitochondria. So it all comes around. The same way with cold exposure. Cold exposure uncouples mitochondria. Any stressful condition produces mitochondrial uncoupling. We've learned this from plants because the mitochondria sense, something bad is really about to happen, and I got to protect myself at all costs. And the way I protect myself at all costs is open these pop-off valves so that I don't damage myself in making energy. And this is what we've learned from plants under stressful conditions. And so we can duplicate that with cold or hot exposure. We used to call it hormesis. That which doesn't kill me makes me stronger. And we just accepted that that's how it works. In fact, we used to teach that polyphenols work because of their hormetic effect. We didn't know what that meant. We just know it happened. Well, now we know that all of these hormetic effects work by uncoupling mitochondria.
Another modality I'd love to talk about is red light therapy. This has become quite popular in the health and wellness space over the last, 10 years. This is another way we can level up and add that into the routine to help with uncoupling.
Yeah, I was a consultant to a lighting company a number of years ago, and I was very interested in red light therapy, and I, worked with some really smart scientists going, wow, this is working at the mitochondrial level. We knew that much. And we thought it actually energized mitochondria, the mitochondria worked better when we exposed them to red light. And we were very excited because the red light and near-infrared light could penetrate the brain and get to neurons. We actually showed that it penetrated the gut and actually changed gut physiology and actually changed the microbiome. And lo and behold, we now realize that thanks to understanding of mitochondrial uncoupling, that red light therapy and near-infrared light therapy benefits mitochondria and their function by teaching the mitochondria, telling the mitochondria to uncouple. So all of these various modalities that we know work all come back to, just one thing, that they uncouple mitochondria. And just like Dr. Brand said, uncouple to survive. So if you want to survive and survive well, uncouple your mitochondria. And there's so many great ways to do it. And that's what I talk about in Unlocking the Keto Code. There's so many hacks you can do.
Well, we've given a lot of them here today, and
Yeah,
I'm sure a lot of people are listening and thinking to themselves, okay, this is totally new information. This sounds great. I'm ready to jump in, but where do I begin? You guys have just, shared so much. Is there a certain handful of these players that we've talked about today that you'd recommend to the newbie, somebody who wants to start uncoupling, to get, off the ground?
Yeah. So for many, many, many years, we've known that there are certain thermogenic compounds, heat-generating compounds. I think you're having one and I'm having one, and it happens to be tea. It turns out that the reason tea and coffee is thermogenic is because it has polyphenols that uncouple mitochondria. Here's to my mitochondria. So just the simple act of drinking tea uncouples mitochondria. It turns out that turmeric uncouples mitochondria. Turns out that not only does coffee uncouple mitochondria, but caffeine in itself uncouples mitochondria. That's why people wonder why you have a cup of coffee, even an iced coffee, and you kind of get a little glistening and you go, what the heck, I'm having an iced coffee. Well, it turns out you're generating heat from uncoupling your mitochondria from caffeine. Now, I mentioned in the book, and no, don't do this at home, nicotine actually uncouples mitochondria. It's incredibly powerful mitochondrial uncoupling. But folks, don't smoke, please, and don't vape. You could do nicotine drops like Dave Asprey does, but let's not forget that nicotine is a potent addictive substance. And there's lots better ways to uncouple your mitochondria. So those are great tricks. But what I do, one of the easiest tricks to do is to gradually restrict your eating window down to about 6 to 8 hours a day. Now, I don't want anybody who's metabolically inflexible to say, oh, good, Dr. Gundry says first meal of the day is going to be at noon, and then I stop at 7 o'clock at night. Almost everybody falls flat on their face because they can't generate free fatty acids out of their fat. So here's what I like to do. I'll hold your hand. Let's suppose you normally eat breakfast at 7 o'clock. Next week on Monday, let's wait until 8 o'clock to eat breakfast. Let's just wait 1 hour a day. Do that for 5 days. Take the weekend off. Actually, there's good human studies showing that taking the weekend off won't interfere with what we want to do. We get through the first week. Next week, instead of eating at 8, we're going to go to 9 o'clock. Come on, it's just 1 more hour. We're going to do that for 5 days. Take the weekend off. So on and so forth. By the end of 5 weeks doing this 1 hour a day, working it away, we'll be at noon for our first meal a day. And it'll look like, hey, that was easy. This is an exercise program for your mitochondria. And you wouldn't go run a marathon right out the door. You wouldn't do weightlifting starting with a 40-pound dumbbell. Your arm would probably crash to the ground. You'd start with a 5 or 10-pound weight and work your way up. The same way with this. So many people fall off the wagon early because they don't realize that they just cannot release free fatty acids to get their brain what they need and get ketones generated. So I've been doing this for 22 years in my clinics, and it works.
And the good news about all this too is that you're bringing all these different health and wellness modalities into the book and into our conversation. And these aren't new things that people need to go out and learn, because if they've been listening to the show or listening to the work you're putting out, this is the stuff that we know has the health benefits. But now you're taking that and going deeper and explaining what's happening behind the scenes and why it's working.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, and you can, I talk about the medieval spice trade. The spice trade was, incredibly dangerous. 50% of people during the Middle Ages in the spice trade lost their lives trying to bring spices back to Europe from the Far East. And why would anybody risk that sort of lives? And why were spices so unbelievably expensive? Well, the only thing that reaches that is the drug trade. And people will risk their lives and spend huge amounts of money for drugs. And if you actually look at the spices that were popular during those days and look at what they do, it turns out the effect is always to uncouple mitochondria. Black pepper uncouples mitochondria. Cinnamon uncouples mitochondria. Ginger uncouples mitochondria. You name the spice that was popular and do a deep dive and check with Dr. Google, you'll find that they work by uncoupling mitochondria. So these people weren't dumb. They were paying lots of money to uncouple their mitochondria. In fact, frankincense and myrrh, two of the gifts from the Magi in the Bible, are actually mitochondrial uncouplers. Frankincense is boswellia, and a great mitochondrial uncoupler. Fun fact.
You picked up some strawberries from the local farmer's market.
Yep.
Picked up some from Costco, put them both in the fridge, and compared how long they lasted. And again, this is something that I've never heard anybody else address. And a lot of us now, because Costco is carrying more and more organic produce, organic packaged healthy foods, which is controversial, but still there's some things that we buy in packages from there that are organic and good choices. But let's come back to the strawberries. Talk about what you found and then why.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I did. And the strawberries from the farmer's market within 3 days were just a bed of mold. The mold was just having such a great day eating the strawberries that they, quite frankly, were inedible. But the strawberries from Costco were pristine, and they remained pristine for literally a month. Now, if a bug or a bacteria or a mold won't eat those strawberries, then what the heck do I want to put them in my mouth? And what compounds have been sprayed on them or is in the packaging that is preventing, natural eating of these things, natural decay? I've done recently an experiment with bagged organic vegetables, salads. And sadly, the exact same thing happened. Two of my bags were pristine 3 weeks after the sell-by date, unchanged. And we are just awash with what I wrote about in The Plant Paradox, but what I write about in every book, these endocrine disrupting plastic chemicals. And how we've used these things to make our life convenient and easy is unfortunately having unbelievably bad consequences on our kids' health, on our health, and just for convenience sake. And yeah, it is a bit more pain in the neck to buy a whole head of lettuce and take it home and chop it up and wash it, but it doesn't take long. And what the heck, you're mad at the end of the day. Get yourself 2 salad spinners. I have one that's a pump handle, and I have one that's a lawnmower thing like this. And you can have a great time, literally, getting your yayas out of, whamming your salad spinner and pulling your salad spinner, and it'll take you 30 seconds to do the work that somebody else did, and you won't be affected by these forever chemicals that are disrupting our hormonal system. And yeah, the organic salad thing really tipped me over, because I went, holy cow, I bought organic, and when he mentioned the company, I went, what the heck? Why didn't these things rot? And it's because of what they're washed with. You don't have to declare anything on these things.
What this reminds me of is when BPA became a thing and everybody started avoiding it, they went to something else that was toxic.
BPS.
I think it was BPS, yeah. So
Just as toxic.
It's like, yeah, these are organic products and there are certain regulations, but it sounds like these companies are starting to bend and find things that are probably unhealthy that still fit within that paradigm of organic. And you mentioned it's either something they're spraying or washing, or they're the packaging itself. So still mystery here. Hopefully conversations like this and people starting to think about it and demand answers can unravel more of it. But to be honest, again, this isn't something I thought of until I heard you talk about it. So it's just fascinating. And it's got me thinking about, what I buy and how I buy it, because my wife and I, we always talk about how everything, again, we're going to pick on Costco, but I don't know if it's because they're moving so much product or what we're talking about here, but you go get their berries or their salads and they just seem to stay fresh forever. And all the produce is just so pristine to start with. So, but again, the grocery stores are probably doing the same thing too. They're just not moving as much produce. So anyways, this is something hopefully that the conversation can continue and we can learn more about what they're doing.
Yeah, there's no incentive to tell us about these chemicals, because even the EPA thinks that these chemicals are in such minute amounts that even though they're recognized as endocrine disruptors, they're in such small amounts that, come on, it can't be harmful to you. Well, the problem with these is they are not normal hormones, and they don't behave as normal hormones. And I've written about this. These will attach to hormone receptors, and normally, let's take estrogen, for example. Estrogen will attach to an estrogen receptor, and it will give information to that receptor, and then it will detach. And okay, done the job. I've communicated to this receptor, and I'm gone. These pseudo hormones attach to the receptor, but then never detach. So what we're learning, sadly, is, you can have microscopic, nanomolecules of these things, but because they never detach, it builds up to become a really big problem that you can't, measure just by saying, oh, there's such a little amount, it really doesn't amount to anything. And that's, and luckily that was the thing that was happening, early on, where these plants were putting this stuff out into rivers, and all of a sudden you had three-headed salamanders and frogs that, were no longer producing. And it's like, oh, what the heck? And these were all these endocrine disrupting chemicals. So, and it gets worse and worse. I talk about, there's a fascinating herbicide that is banned in the United States to use on crops, but it's a really useful herbicide if you're growing oats. Oats have a long stalk, and oats are pretty heavy. And so a good wind, if the stalk is long enough, will break the stalk, and there goes your profit. There's one herbicide that slows the growth of the oat stalk, so that it's not very high. If you're an oat grower, that's a really good product. The problem is it's carcinogenic, and it's also an endocrine disruptor. And so the EPA, in their wisdom, said, nah, you can't do it. Now, it's legal in other countries, and we import a lot of our oats. So the EPA said, well, I understand that, it's there, and here's the parts per million that we'll allow. And it's pretty low. Lo and behold, during a previous administration, the EPA was told to relax that rule for that particular chemical. And the Environmental Working Group recently had an independent agency look at the amount of this chemical on our oats. And some of our favorite oat products, and I won't name names, have over 400 times the legal limit of this carcinogen and endocrine disrupting chemical, thanks to the EPA loosening its limits. And it's not on the label.
Now that you're finished with Dr. Gundry, you're going to want to stick around here and catch my chat with Sally. She'll teach you all about oxalates and how they destroy your health. I'll see you over there.
People are literally buying these massive clamshell boxes of spinach and using half pound or more of spinach every day.